Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is having a good Monday. I'm getting started later than I had intended, but it is what it is. So, anyhow, I hope that everybody is doing well this morning, and I am going to be playing the third part of this series of audio from the Broken Plea by Christopher Whitcomb. I'm going to get through as much of it as possible. We've already done 2 episodes, and we have 6 hours worth of audio left. I doubt I get through that much, but I'm going to attempt to get through at least 3. So, I'm not going to be commentating at all. It is strictly going to be the audio, so that way you can listen to it yourself without interruption. I'm doing this for those who don't want to purchase the book, don't have the finances to purchase the book, whatever may be the case. So that way you have the same opportunity to listen and hear everything about what is in the book that everybody else does. So here we go. I'm going to play this, and I'm going to mute, and I'm going to be doing things around my house that I need to be done. So I will not be here monitoring comments. Hopefully everybody is acting appropriately. All right, we are on Chapter 9, Mad Greek.
Chapter 9, Mad Greek, Treehouse, Interview Jazz. Of all the reference tools available to a major case detective, timeline might be the most underrated. While lab reports, profiles, and forensic analyses receive overwhelming attention, a timeline forms the backbone of the investigation, helping police build a living, breathing history of events. In most cases, it is a formal document that evolves organically as police set leads and document their findings. In complex, multi-year investigations, it serves as a central clearinghouse of information as the body of evidence grows. The matter of State of Idaho v. Brian C. Kohberger is no exception. By the time Bill Thompson was ready to go to trial, police had turned Officer Nunez's initial report into a 108-page spreadsheet composed of well over 1,000 individual cells. Each entry listed date, time, the nature of the event, and the source from which the information was derived. It proved invaluable, not just to police, but to Thompson's team of prosecutors as they lined up their arguments, exhibits, witnesses, and presentations. Almost as important, it now provides web sleuths and authors a roadmap of where authorities got things right and where they may have gone so badly wrong. Though comprehensive in scope, not everything in the MPD report makes sense. The very first entry, for example, states that Brian Kohberger replaced the battery in his Hyundai Elantra in July 2020, more than 2 years before the crimes. The next shows him replacing his brake pads 2 days later at a place called Colonial Auto near his parents' home in Pennsylvania. Those wondering what this might have to do with 4 murders 2 years later in Idaho will note that it wasn't until December 9 of that year that he even submitted an application to Washington State University. If police were looking for early signs of premeditation, that seems like a bit of a stretch. There is no question, however, that investigators took great interest in the months and years leading up to Kohberger's matriculation west. They recorded his purchase of an Amazon gift card on March 20, 2022, for example, and that someone used it 1 day later to order a K-bar knife and sheath that was delivered to his parents' home in Albrightsville. They do not explain why they assumed this is the same knife sheath found in pristine condition, 2,560 miles away, partially lodged under Maddie Mogan's thigh. It was not until a week after the K-bar purchase that Koberger even received an admission certificate from Washington State University. Only then did he receive a funding package through the spring of 2023, securing enrollment as a PhD student in criminology. Beyond these examples, Bill Thompson's timeline is painstakingly thorough. Police focused on Koberger's day-to-day life, everything from coffee purchases at Starbucks to shopping sprees at Marshall's, Ross Dress for Less, Crimson and Gray, a WSU store, Dick's Sporting Goods, Macy's, and Big Five. They recorded the purchase of a toilet brush, nitrile gloves, and a Swiffer wet jet at Walmart, haircuts at Powers Barbershop, a quote, SW Plastic M, end quote, he bought at Target. They recorded where and when he watched TV, the exact time he photographed a bulletin board at WSU, dates he explored the Palouse and Wawawi County Park, the very moment AT&T activated the plan for his new cell phone. But the timeline was not just focused on the suspected killer. They documented other aspects of the crimes, like search warrant applications, laboratory submissions, surveillance activities, witness interviews, and selfie and social media posts of people who had nothing to do with the crimes, right alongside specific references to matters of interagency cooperation. Their timeline built a 2-year prologue to the murders, followed by hundreds of entries immediately surrounding the crimes, then hundreds more documenting the 14 months leading up to what was supposed to be the trial. It references family members, Greek affiliations, lovers and friends, persons of interest, relevant tips, and other consequential events. It catalogs work histories, text chains, biometric collection regimens, personal interactions between the victims, and a broad array of associates. It is as varied as it is comprehensive. Which, of course, makes perfect sense. It would have been challenging for Bill Thompson's office to maintain focus in such a highly sensationalized case, especially as voracious media built their own narrative. It was not enough for prosecutors to lay out their forensic laboratory analysis and expert opinion. They needed to understand the larger universe of factors coming into play that horrible night, a meticulous inventory of events leading up to the crimes. They needed to document the lives of the victims, the movements of any possible suspects, a sense that there might have been some rhyme or reason to what appeared to be senseless crimes. Once Koberger was indicted, they needed to build a portrait of the murderer himself, matching his life as a former police cadet and PhD student in criminology with 4 vicious murders. That would not be easy. This was by no means an open and shut case. Oddly enough, the timeline was just as valuable to the defense. Ann Taylor's office used it to map potential police missteps and poke holes in their investigation. We know, for example, that Bicker Barlow, her genealogy expert, felt confident that DNA found on the knife sheath was shaky at best. Even after Judge Hippler ruled against important motions, the defense still had laboratory reports that appeared to show the FBI committed significant violations of their own protocols in arriving at conclusions. According to reports, the sample taken from the sheath snap seems barely 20% of the CODIS minimum for YSTR submission, and FBI HQ deliberately made the decision to access databases that had always been off limits to the police. During a highly contentious legal process called a Franks hearing, Ann Taylor's team revealed that a private Texas laboratory had been hired and then fired by police due to genetic analysis that did not match Thompson's narrative. Video surveillance of Koberger's white Elantra was shaky at best. Defense experts were ready to testify that the cell tower analysis was riddled with bad math and technology claims that would have been countered at trial. Thompson disagreed, of course, telling anyone who would listen the evidence was overwhelming. But trial prep is at least partially theater, and confidence is just part of the show. No matter how strong their case, experienced lawyers know that juries are a fickle beast. No matter what an expert like Paulette Sutton claimed about blood spatter, jurors want to look across the courtroom and decide for themselves whether the man in the dock could have done what he is accused of. They want to know where he grew up, where he went to school, how he spends his time, why he shows no emotion at all when presented with gruesome details about unspeakable crimes. Jurors want to know why a person who looks as creepy as Brian Kohberger would have lived 27 years at home with his parents before driving cross-country to pursue a PhD studying serial killers. They would wonder what made them feel so uneasy in his presence, ask themselves who in their right mind would turn off their phone in the middle of the night while driving around looking up at the stars. They would want to know why this particular man chose this particular morning to sneak into a strange house and butcher 4 kids he had never even met. While proof beyond a reasonable doubt usually comes down to hard evidence, the real challenge for the prosecutors is to answer these questions by building a larger picture of what the forensics fail to show. Though we'll return to Kohberger in following chapters, it is essential to look at the timeline as a map of how the state of Idaho built its case. There is no need to summarize, they have done that for us. In November 2023, investigators with the Moscow Police Department and the Idaho State Police produced a formal timeline for the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office. Presented in spreadsheet format, this document provides detailed and insightful glimpses into the crimes themselves, as well as all the people involved. Anyone trying to make sense of information disclosed to the defense would do well to start with an understanding of how police line things up. Transcribed here is their timeline. You can also find it in the enhancement. Date: 11/11/2022. Time not listed. Event: formal ball at Pi Phi sorority. Kaylee was Dylan's date to the ball. Zana and Ethan attended too. They returned home around 8:30 p.m. by Uber. They had a party at 1122 King after the ball until early 11:12. Source: Mortensen interview 11/17/22. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1100 to 1200. Event: Bethany wakes up. Only Ethan at the house. Other roommates at Taco Bell return shortly. Source: Bethany Funk interview 11/16/22. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1100. Event: Chestnut wakes up at his fraternity in his room. Source: O'Neill Supplemental Report 11/21/22. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1200 to 1300. Event: Hunter at 1122 King, pre-gaming for football game. Source: Maury, number 42. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 12:21. Event: Madison takes a Lyft, unknown locations, 20-minute ride. Source: Lyft receipt. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 12:54. Event: Dylan sends Madison, Kaylee, and Josie an Instagram message. Source: Mortensen cell, page 3055 to 3056. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 14:30 to 1500. Event: Kaylee and roommates arrive at Kayla Nguyen's apartment, 621 Taylor Street. Quote, "Bucks for all of what I owe you." End quote. Source: Rosinski, Supplemental 19. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1400. Event: Bethany leaves with Maddie, Dylan, Zana, Ethan, Hunter Johnson, Josie, Lyndon, Kai, Allie Benson, and Sky Speck to 621 Taylor Street apartment. Kaylee had previously left before them. Nguyen says they left at 1700 to 1800 hours. Rosinski, Supplement 19. Hunter says they left at 1430. Maury, 11:42. Source: Bethany Funk interview, 11:16. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 14:30. Event: Showalter and Chestnut at party at the Whites, per Showalter. Chestnut says this occurs from 1300 to 1400 per Chestnut in O'Neill's supplemental report. Source: Supplemental Report 37. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1430 to 1500. Event: Kaylee and all her roommates arrive at Kayla Nguyen's house. They take a picture there. Kayla lists this as 11:13 in Rosinski's report, but must be typo. Source: Rosinski's report. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 15:12. Event: Dylan sends Josie an Instagram message. Source: Mortensen phone report, page 3075. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 15:48. Event: Bethany and Zana leave the party at the Whites. Ethan had left before them. Everyone else was still there. Bethany and Zana go to Allie Benson's house on Taylor Avenue. Source: Bethany interview, 11:16. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 16:16. Event: Showalter at his apartment to stretch his back and ibuprofen. Chestnut at the Whites still. Mention of going to get food. Source: Text messages between Chestnut and Showalter. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 16:51. Event: Bethany and Zana leave Allie Benson's and return to King Road. Bethany, Zana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan made food. Source: Bethany interview, 11:16. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 16:50. Event: Maddie sends an Instagram message to Dylan, Kaylee, Zana, Bethany. Source: Mortensen phone report, page 3077. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1700 to 1730. Event: Chestnut passes out in his room and Showalter returns home, per Chestnut. This is inconsistent with the timestamp on Tallman's phone indicating Showalter is requesting a ride from Delt at 1930. Source: O'Neill supplemental report. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1703. Event: Erica sends Ethan a message saying, quote, "You are getting cheated on." Source: Work product. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1732. Zana texts Ethan saying she is taking a nap until 8. Source: Ethan phone timeline, page 73. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1736. Event: Dylan receives a phone call from Bethany. Call length: 12 seconds. Source: Mortensen phone report, page 3079. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1744. Event: Dylan calls and has a 3-minute, 51-second phone call. Number returns to a Natalie Dayton, per TLO. Source: Mortensen phone report, page 3080. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1800 to 2000. Event: Bethany, Maddie, Zana, Dylan all napped at King House. Dylan says from 1700 to 2000. Source: Mortensen interview, 11/17/22. Date: 11/12/2022. Time: 1919. Event: Explorer leaves the King House. Source: Ford Explorer logs, page 2453. Date: 11/12/2022. Time, 1926. Event, explorer arrives at Kappa Alpha Theta House. Per formal event at Hunga Dunga. Ethan, Maisie, Hunter Chapen, Reagan Stansel, Darius Myers, Hannah Bain, Jack Kadovic, and Riley Black attended together and rode in their car. Source, Ford Explorer Logs, page 3228, per Maisie Chapen, Vargas Supplemental, number 69. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 1959. Event, explorer leaves Kappa Alpha Theta. Source, Ford Explorer Logs, page 3228. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:04. Event, Dylan calls Maddie, who doesn't answer. She responds with a message, quote, "Can I call you later?" End quote. Dylan says, quote, "Yes, we called you to wake up and come down," end quote. Source, Dylan Cell Records, 3084. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:06. Event, Ethan, Maisie, Hunter Chapen, Reagan Stansel, Darius Myers, Hannah Bain, Jack Kadovic, and Riley Black arrive at Hunga Dunga. Source, per Maisie Chapen. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:07. Event, Ethan tells Zana he is going to her house to change. Source, Ethan's cell, page 87. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:40. Event, Kaylee texts Eric and asks if he is working tonight. Source, Gower interview, Blaker. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:57. Event, Kaylee posts picture on Instagram, sends to Zana. Source, Zana cell phone, page 2952. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:57. Event, Kaylee sends Dylan an Instagram message. Source, Dylan cell, page 3088. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:58. Event, Dylan sends Kaylee an instant message and says, quote, "Can you send me those photos, please?" End quote. Source, Dylan phone records, page 3088. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 20:59. Maddie calls Zana. Source, Zana cell, page 2952. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 2100. Event, Maddie and Bethany leave King House to go to Peter's apartment at Sigma Chi. Ethan and Zana came over after Bethany and Maddie. Kaylee was not going to the Sigma Chi party. Dylan walked to the party alone later. Source, Bethany interview, 11:16. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 21:02. Event, Ethan, Maisie, Hunter Chapen, Reagan Stansel, Darius Myers, Hannah Bain, Jack Kadovic, and Riley Black leave Hunga Dunga. Source, per Maisie Chapen, Vargas Supplemental, 69. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 21:06. Event, Ethan, Maisie, Hunter Chapen, Reagan Stansel, Darius Myers, Hannah Bain, Jack Kadovic, and Riley Black arrive at Kappa Alpha Theta. Source, Ford Explorer Logs, page 2530-3240. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 21:09. Event, Maddie leaves Sigma Chi party to meet Kaylee and go to the club. Source, Bethany interview, 11:16. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:08 to 21:10. Event Dylan takes 12 photos. Source Dylan's cell, page 3082. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:18. Event Dylan calls Maddie, 14 seconds. Source Dylan's phone records, page 3093. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:21. Description of event: Explorer, believed to be driven by Ethan, leaves Kappa Alpha Theta. Maisie does not go with the rest of the group. She remains at Kappa Alpha Theta. Source: Ford Explorer logs, page 2530. Maisie Chapen interview by Vargas, supplemental 69. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:24. Event Explorer, believed to be driven by Ethan, stops at Sigma Chi. Source Ford Explorer logs, page 3274. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:25. Event Explorer, believed to be driven by Ethan, leaves Sigma Chi. Source Ford Explorer logs, page 3276. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:27. Event Explorer, believed to be driven by Ethan, arrives at 1122 King. Source Ford Explorer logs, page 2482-2537. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:31. Event Dylan calls Zana, 18 seconds. Source Zana cell, page 2953. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:39. Event Ethan receives notification. Cougar Den. Dylan, Maddie, and Bethany enter new chats. Bethany adds Ethan to the group. Source Work product. Date 11/12/2022. Time 21:26. Event Ethan sends Hunter Johnson a snap message. Drinking with Zana and Bethany. Come hang with. Source Ethan snap messages. Date 11/12/2022. Time 22:30 to 2300. Event Josephine Tourville sees Maddie and Kaylee at the Corner Club. Source Piscina, supplemental 11. Date 11/12/2022. Time 2200 to 2215. Event Maddie and Kaylee arrive at Corner Club in a Prius-type vehicle with another unidentified female. Dylan says Kaylee was at the house with a female friend, Riley Moreland, at 22:30 when she left. Gooch, supplemental 3. They were driven by Eric Gower. Source Blaker, supplemental 108. Gower text messages 5930 to 5933. Date 11/12/2022. Time 2200. Event Bethany's friend Yessie arrives at Sigma Chi party and hangs out with her. Source Bethany interview 11/16. Date 11/12/2022. Time 2208. Event Bethany calls Claire. No answer. Source Bethany cell, page 54. Date 11/12/2022. Time 22:30. Event Chestnut wakes up and plays games in his room the rest of the night. Per Chestnut. Source O'Neill report 11/21/22. Date 11/12/2022. Time 22:30. Event Dylan arrives at Sigma Chi apartment 4. Ethan, Hunter, Zana, Yessie, Gideon were there. Dylan and Gideon were in and out of the lodge before going to Peter's apartment. Source, Mortensen interview, Gooch, 11/17/22. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 22:30 to 22:45. Bethany and Yessie go to the main house for Sigma Chi fraternity. Source, Bethany interview, 11/16. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 22:34. Event, Koberger in-store purchase at Walmart in Pullman. Bounty napkins, toilet paper, grocery. Source, receipt and evidence. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 22:44. Event, Koberger in-store purchase at Safeway in Pullman, grocery items. Source, receipt from apartment. 11/12/2022. Time, 23:14. Event, Bethany sends Maddie a Snapchat, unknown contents. Source, photo 132. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 23:21. Event, Maddie and Cole Berenberg take a photo together at Corner Club, sent with a text to Leo Romero. Source, Hoxie Supplemental 2. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 24:04. Event, Dylan sees Zana for the last time at Allie's. Zana is holding a White Claw. Source, Mortensen interview, 11/17/22. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 24:21. Event, Ethan receives a text from Hunter J. Quote, "Are you guys still at Sig Chi?" End quote. Source, Ethan's cell phone timeline, page 104. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 24:40. Event, Maddie FaceTime with Ruby Simpson for 40 seconds while at the corner bar with friend Aiden. Source, Beckner, Supplemental 14. Date, 11/12/2022. Time, 24:43. Event, Ethan texts, quote, "Yup," end quote, when responding to Hunter J. asking if he is still at Sigma Chi. Source, Ethan's cell phone timeline, page 105. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0003. Event, Bethany takes photos, unknown location, at a party of a girl. Source, Bethany's cell, page 214. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0004. Event, Dylan takes a photo, image 4971. Source, Dylan cell, page 3098. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0016. Event, Zana calls Ethan, unanswered. Ethan misses a call from, quote, Lil Noodle, end quote, Zana. Source, Ethan cell, page 108. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0017. Event, Bethany sees Ethan and Zana in Peter's apartment before leaving. Bethany and Yessie walk to Allie's house on Taylor, where Allie, Jenna, Hayden, Kennedy, and Yessie were the only people at the house. Source, Bethany interview, 11/16. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0020. Event, text from Zana to Pistol Pete, quote, "You good?" End quote. Source, Zana cell, page 2956. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0022. Event, Kaylee pays bar tab at Corner Club with a credit card. She paid for 9 well vodka and 2 add juice. Source: Lanier, Supplemental 13. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0031. Event: Bethany calls Jenna McClure on FaceTime and has a 22-second call. Source: Bethany Cell, page 54. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0031. Event: white, light-colored sedan eastbound on Louder, passing Ridge Road. Source: 1125 Ridge Road video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0043. Event: Ethan receives notification from Erica, "You are getting cheated on." Source: work product. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0056. Event: white, light-colored sedan westbound on Louder, passing Ridge Road. Source: 1125 Ridge Road video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0100. Event: Chestnut goes to sleep alone in his room, per Chestnut. Source: O'Neill Report, 11/21/22. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0100. Event: Cole Berenberg walks home from Corner Club. Source: Hoxie, Supplemental 2. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0115 to 0130. Event: Dylan calls a Sobro for a ride for her and Lake because Lake is very intoxicated. They go back to 1122 King and watch Vampire Diary. Source: Mortensen interview, 11/17/22. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0100. Event: Bethany walks home from Allie's house on Taylor. Time confirmed by Jenna McClure. When she gets there, only Dylan and Lakeland McComas were at the house. They watched Vampire Diaries. Source: Bethany interview, 11/16. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0100. Event: Kaylee engages in conversation with John Jack Showalter. Source: Lanier, Supplemental 13, Corner Club video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0114. Event: Maddie joins conversation with Kaylee and Showalter at Corner Club. Source: Corner Club video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0116. Event: Zana calls Ethan. Not answered. Source: Zana Cell, page 2954. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0122. Event: Lakeland McComas leaves the house. Dylan goes to her room. Source: Bethany interview, 11/16. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0122. Event: Kaylee sends a picture of her and Maddie at the Corner Club and says, quote, "Maddie just called me a bucktooth bitch," end quote, to Dylan, Bethany, Zana, Ethan. Source: Snapchat message. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0137. Event: Showalter, Kaylee, Maddie leave Corner Club across the parking lot in the westerly direction. Source: Lanier Supplemental 13, Corner Club video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0138. Event: Picture taken from Xana's phone. Source: Xana cell phone records, 2957. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0142. Event: Kaylee purchases Mac of the Week from Wondering Kitchen. Showalter is with them as seen in video. Source, receipt for purchase. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 01:45. Event, Kaylee texts Gower and asks if he can pick her and some friends up from Grub Truck. Source, Gower text messages 5930-5933. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 01:49. Event, Peyton Rossi goes to Corner Club to pick up Jack Granger, Jack DuCoeur, and Nathan Rios and drops them off at their apartment off of King Road. Peyton went home after dropping them off. Source, Rosinski Report, interview with Peyton Rossi. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 01:49. Event, Eric Gower arrives at Grub Truck to pick up Kaylee and Maddie. They were dropped off at 1122 King Road after the 3 to 4 minute drive. Source, Blaker Supplemental 113, Gower interview, AV 000090. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 01:51. Event, Jack DuCoeur leaves Corner Club. Source, Lanier Supplemental 13, Corner Club video. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 01:54. Event, Bethany calls Maddie, no answer. Source, Bethany phone timeline, page 54. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 01:55. Event, Bethany sends photo with message, quote, "Get me some Mac," end quote, to Zana, Ethan, Dylan, Kaylee, and Maddie. Source, Ethan Snapchat messages. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0200. Event, Kaylee and Maddie arrive home. Girls all go upstairs while Kaylee is getting ready for bed. Taking selfie videos, Maddie and Bethany take Murphy outside. Bethany comes back in after a few minutes, grabs chips, and goes down to bed. Source, Bethany interview, 11:16. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0200. Event, Zana takes a picture with Jacqueline Bellevue. Jacqueline leaves Sigma Chi, and Zana and Ethan stay. Source, Beckner, Supplemental 10. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0201. Event, Cooper Atkinson attempts to call Ethan 5 times on FaceTime. Source, work product. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0202. Event, Bethany takes several pictures with Murphy in Kaylee's bed. Source, Bethany cell, page 212. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0210. Event, Dylan sends message to Eric, Uber, quote, "Are you driving tonight by chance?" End quote. Mortensen tells Gooch this is at 3:10 a.m. in 11/17/22 interview. Source, Dylan cell, page 3121. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0213. Event, Dylan receives text from Eric, Uber, quote, "I am," end quote. Dylan tells Gooch this is at 3:13 a.m. in her 11/17 interview. She says she goes to bed sometime after this, but unsure when. Says she is the first of the roommates to go to bed. Source, Dylan cell, page 3122, Mortensen interview. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0215. Event, DoorDash, Jack in the Box, ordered by Zana. Source, Zana cell, page 2958. Date, 11/13/2022. 2022. Time 02:16. Event: white, light-colored sedan turning left from westbound Louder to Ridge Road. Source: 11:25 Ridge Road video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:16. Event: calling from Murphy and whistling can be heard on 1112 King recording. Source: 1112 King video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:17. Event: barking can be heard on 1112 King recording. Source: 1112 King video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:22. Event: light-colored sedan, westbound, on Louder, passing Ridge Road. Source: 1125 Ridge Road video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:26. Event: Jack D. calls Kaylee. They talk for 17 minutes, 4 seconds. Source: Jack's cell data. 11/13/2022. Time: 02:43. Event: Kaylee calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. 11/13/2022. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:44. Event: Kaylee calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:44. Event: Kaylee FaceTime calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:47. Event: Kaylee calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:47. Event: Kaylee FaceTime calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:50. Event: Maddie calls Jack D, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:51. Event: Maddie calls Jack D, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:51. Event: Maddie calls Jack D, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:52. Event: Maddie calls Zana, no answer. Source: Zana cell, page 2958. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:53. Event: white vehicle traveling southeast on Nevada in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. Source: Payne, Supplemental 136. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:53. Event: Kaylee calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:53. Event: Kaylee calls Jack, not answered. Source: Jack's cell data. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:53. Event: Maddie calls Bethany, not answered. Source: Bethany cell, page 54. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 02:31. Event: Bethany active on phone. Source: BF phone records. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0325. Event: white sedan seen traveling westbound 787 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow, Idaho. Source: Vargas Supplemental, Payne Supplemental 136. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0328. Event white sedan seen westbound on Steiner at Highway 95, crossing South Main Street from Steiner to Louder Avenue. Source Pain Supplemental 136. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0329. Event white light-colored sedan westbound on Louder, passing Ridge Road. Source 1125 Ridge Road video. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0351. Event Dylan creates phone contact for Brittany Fernand. Source Dylan phone records, page 3123. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0351. Event Emily Allant Venmo Zana $14. Source BB card for Emily. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0354. Event Zana text message to DoorDash, quote, "Are you having trouble finding it?" End quote. Source DoorDash records. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0356. Event vehicle seen on video from 1112 King Road. Recording. Source Maori, number 28. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0359. Event DoorDash delivery by McMichael. Source Zana's cell report. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0400 to 0420. Event Dylan hears Kaylee singing and playing music and walking on the stairs. She hears Kaylee say someone is here, sounding frantic. Source Mortensen interview 11/17/22. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0401. Event white light-colored sedan turns right on Ridge Road from eastbound Louder. Source 1125 Ridge Road video. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0404. Event white vehicle seen traveling eastbound King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen, number 52, then driving back westbound on King, attempts to park or turn around in the road, continues to intersection of Queen and King, where it completes a 3-point turn driving eastbound on Queen Road. Source Pain Supplemental 136. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0412. Event Zana still active on TikTok. Source Zana cell, page 2965. Date 11/13/2022. Time not listed. Event Dylan opens her door, first time, sees no one. Source Mortensen 11/17/22. Date 11/13/2022. Time not listed. Event Dylan opens her door second time, thinks she hears Kaylee crying in the bathroom and a male voice in the bathroom with her say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Now thinks it may have been Zana in the bathroom. Source Mortensen interview 11/17/22. Date 11/13/2022. Time not listed. Event Dylan opens her door third time, sees someone dressed in all black, masked, holding an item like a vacuum. They were at least 3 inches taller than she is. They were approximately 3 feet away from her. Walking out the back slide door, he looked at her before walking out. Source Mortensen interview 11/17/22. Date 11/13/2022. Time 0424. Event Bethany texted Dylan, quote, "So am I," end quote. Source, DM Cell, page 3126. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0424. Dylan texts to Bethany, quote, "My phone is going to die, fuck," end quote. Source, DM Cell, page 3126. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0424. Event, Bethany texts to Dylan, quote, "Come to my room, run, down here," end quote. Source, DM Cell, page 3127. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0424. Event, Dylan's Snapchat call to Ethan, 12 seconds. Source, DM Cell, page 3127. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0424. Event, Dylan texts to Bethany, quote, "I'm scared though," end quote. Source, DM Cell, page 3127. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0425. Event, Bethany texts Dylan, quote, "Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone," end quote. Source, DM Cell, page 3128. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0427. Event, Dylan opens her door a fourth time, and before going down to Bethany's room, Dylan sees Zana on the floor in her underwear in her room, but doesn't go in. Source, Mortensen interview, 11/17/22. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0427. Event, Dylan calls Kaylee. Source, Dylan's cell, page 3128. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0428. Event, Dylan sees a dark colored truck drive by when she gets down to Bethany's room. Source, Mortensen's second interview. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0428. Event, Dylan calls Zana. Source, Zana cell, page 2965. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0430. Event, Bethany calls Madison. Source, Nunez report. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0431. Event, Bethany calls Kaylee. Source, Nunez report. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0432. Event, Dylan message to Kaylee, quote, "Please answer," end quote. Source, Dylan, page 3128. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0445. Event, neighbor Braden Paulo at 1127 King Road, number 3. Hears dogs stop barking. Sounds like someone let him inside. Source, Snyder report. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0500. Event, activity sensor data reports Dylan distance traveled 30.77. Source, Dylan cell, page 3129. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0525. Event, white vehicle traveling northbound Johnson Road, then north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. Source, Payne 136, Grand Jury, Exhibit 54B. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0527. Event, white vehicle seen northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Source, Payne, Supplemental 136. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 0730. Event, Bethany wakes up and tries calling her dad about her tooth. He didn't answer. Source: Bethany's interview, 11/16. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0800. Event: activity sensor data reports Dylan. Distance traveled, 3.52. Source: Dylan Cell, page 3129. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0800. Event: Bethany tries calling her dad again, no answer. Source: Bethany's interview, 11/16. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0801. Event: Bethany tries calling her house, no answer. Source: Bethany's interview, 11/16. 11/13/2022. Time: 0802. Event: Bethany calls her mom and says she needs to talk to her dad. Source: Bethany's interview, 11/16. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0809. Event: Bethany talks to her dad, takes an Advil, and falls back to sleep. Source: Bethany's interview, 11/16. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0900. Event: activity sensor data reports Dylan distance traveled 3.52. Source: Dylan Cell, page 3130. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 0912. Event: per law enforcement, Koberger's phone pings in the area of S Highway 95 in Moscow, Idaho. A car matching the description of Koberger's is seen on surveillance camera from 1311 South Main Street, Moscow, Idaho. Source: FBI report. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 1000 to 10:01. Event: Dylan sends 7 outgoing messages via Snapchat and receives 2 incoming. Content of message unknown. Source: Dylan phone records, page 3131. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 1000. Event: Showalter wakes up to watch NFL. Source: Millar supplemental report. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:03. Event: Dylan accessing Indeed site on her phone. Source: Dylan Cell, page 3131. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:04 to 10:23. Event: Dylan sends and receives multiple Snapchat messages. Content of message unknown. Source: Dylan Cell, page 3133 to 3135. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:08. Event: Justin Nadeau leaves for a walk and the door to the front of the King residence is open. Nadeau recalls this as 0900, but video shows it occurred at 10:08. Source: Morris Supplemental Report 20/1112 King Road video. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:23. Event: Dylan texts Maddie, quote, "Are you up?" end quote. DM tells Gooch this message was at 11:23. Source: Photo 129 of Maddie's phone. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:29. Event: Dylan texts Kaylee, quote, "Are you up?" end quote. Source: Dylan phone records, page 3138. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:31. Event: Koberger selfie in apartment bathroom. Source: BK phone image 12175. Date: 11/13/2022. Time: 10:49. Event: Showalter at Floyd's. Source, Lehman, Supplement 76. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 10:49. Event, Brian at Washington Trust ATM, Pullman, Washington. Pulls $100 cash. Source, WA Trust Records. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 10:52. Ethan receives notification that Sean Dreeman sent a chat. Source, work product. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 10:59. Event, Justin Nadeau returns from walking his dog and front door to King residence still open. Source, Morris Supplemental Report 20/11/12 King Video. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 1100. Event, Activity Sensor Data reports Dylan. Total samples count 3.00. Distance traveled 120.75. Flights climbed 2. Source, Dylan Phone Records 3136. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 1100. Event, Bethany wakes up. Source, Bethany interview 1116. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 1109. Event, Ethan receives notification that Maisie, quote, little sis, end quote, said, quote, sorry, I fell asleep, end quote. Source, work product. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 1100 to 1132. Event, Dylan on Instagram and Snapchat sending and receiving messages, content of message unknown. Source, Dylan Cell, page 3136 to 3139. Date, 11/13/22. Time, 11:20. Event, Jenna McClure sends a text to Bethany to see if she's awake. Source, per Jenna, Maury, 42. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:23. Event, Dylan sends a snap to Maddie asking if she is up. DM phone records show this was 10:23. Source, Mortensen interview, 11/17/22. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:35. Event, Dylan accesses Yik Yak. Source, Dylan Cell, page 3139. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:36. Event, Dylan accesses TikTok. Source, Dylan phone. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:37 to 11:38. Event, Dylan sends and receives Snapchat messages, content of messages unknown. Source, Dylan Cell, page 3145. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:39 to 11:40. Event, Dylan gets message from her dad, quote, hey DMM, when can I call you today and just chat? Does 1 o'clock work or is 2 o'clock better? End quote. Dylan responds, quote, 2 works better, end quote. Message from dad, okay, I'll call you at 2, just 5 to 10 minutes, want to catch up. Source, Dylan Cell, page 3145. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:49. Event, Bethany calls Jenna McClure saying that her roommates aren't answering. Source, Cellbrite Report, page 53. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:50. Event, Dylan calls Emily Allant via Snapchat, length 1 minute 48 seconds. Source, Dylan Cell, page 3146. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:50. Event, Dylan receives message from Jenna, quote, bro, end quote. Source, Dylan Sell, page 3146. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:50. Event, Dylan texts Emily about what happened last night and the masked man. Emily tells Dylan this is at 10:50. Source, Mortensen interview, 11/17/22. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:51. Event, Jenna texts Dylan, quote, do you guys need me to come get you, end quote. Source, Dylan Sell, page 3147. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:51 to 11:54. Event, Dylan accesses Instagram. Source, Dylan Sell, page 3147. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:56. Event, 911 call placed by Bethany Funk. Source, Cellbrite Report, page 53. Date, 11/13/2022. Time, 11:55. Event, Hunter and Emily on scene. Source, Warner's Report. Like so many aspects of this case, a representation of fact does not mean it's the truth. As we have seen, and will see moving forward, what police wrote down is only what they observed or believed at the time. Even a 108-page spreadsheet can overlook critically important details while getting others wrong, especially as breaks in the case appear promising, only to fade. Police reported Brian Kohberger ceasing use of his debit card on November 11th, for example, and failed to change that entry after it was proven wrong. They claimed he employed, quote, anti-forensic methods, end quote, to clear evidence from his school computer and got that wrong too. These are small details, of course, barely worth mentioning in such an overwhelming case. But as we will soon discover, it is the details that matter. Just as Lorenz predicted, tiny variations at the beginning can lead to unpredictable consequences at the end. Bill Thompson's investigative timeline does more than outline his narrative. It plots what I believe is its demise. Chapter 10, Halloween, Victimology, Terrible Toothache. Hearsay is one of those legal terms that feels familiar yet hard to pin down. Law dictionaries define it as secondhand evidence, where one person tries to convey what another person said through the prism of their own understanding. Few people use the word outside a court of law, but looking back on Officer Nunez's body camera footage, we see how important it is to ask the right questions and accurately record the answers. One of the biggest problems with this case is that police may have ignored or dismissed what witnesses told them. When Dylan Mortensen described the masked man as 2 inches shorter or taller than herself, for example, Nunez wrote down the latter. When she told him Zana was the person she saw lying unconscious on the floor, he wrote down Kaylee. When Hunter Johnson told him about the steak knife on the table, he seemed to ignore it, only to detail a different conversation in his report. This is not about one officer's possible mistakes. It is about the tendency of the system to accept them. Lorenz's theories on chaos make more and more sense when we look at the role of hearsay as we dig into the file. The concept of misunderstanding is nothing new, of course, and it is not purely the domain of lawyers and courts. Think about the times you have suffered consequences at home or on the job based simply on what someone thought they heard someone say. Humans, in general, are prone to miscommunication, and cops are no exception. In fact, the American justice system is so vulnerable to opinion, the phrase, he said, she said, has become cliché. So why bring up more legal jargon in a case that will not go to trial? Because what the public has heard about events inside that house early Sunday morning is based on 2.5 years of gag order speculation, followed by a slow drip of disclosures based on FOIA requests. It is easy to argue now that even Bill Thompson's narrative during Koberger's change of plea hearing appears to be rife with possible errors, omissions, and misstatements of fact. News articles, documentaries, and media accounts have sensationalized rumors based on insinuation and leaks. Video recorded witness statements have been summarized in poorly written supplementals. Laboratory findings are buried in reams of statistics and protocols shaping science to fit the prosecution's case. It does not stop there. Careful analysis of this investigation shows that everything changed once Koberger became the focus of attention, even though no one else was ever named as a suspect. Hair found in Ethan's hand and on Maddie's bed was mislabeled as debris and never tested for DNA. Important evidence, like a broken bracelet and a blood-soaked jacket found in the spare bedroom, was misplaced, mishandled, or never taken at all. Claims by Molly McMichael that the man she saw in the car could not have been Koberger were dismissed. Statements by Justin Nadeau that the front door was open all morning may have been ignored. Insinuations by WSU students that Brian Koberger was creepy in class and at pool parties became prima facie fact. By the time Koberger pled guilty, it seems to me that pretty much everything in Bill Thompson's file had started to fade gray in a case he claimed to be black and white. It did not help that highly accomplished lawyers faced off every day for years, asking the court to rule on motions in limine, predetermining what jurors would be allowed to hear. Even criminologists like Paulette Sutton and Dr. Brent Turvey disagreed, standing behind well-educated judgments and certified points of view. Ann Taylor's office seems not to have found it odd that the state was going to trial claiming living room bloodstains were diluted with Zana's saliva, or that the assailant ran around the house naked to avoid tracking DNA back to his Elantra. Even the defendant's own admissions of guilt seem inadequate, considering the court could have required what is known as allocution as a condition of the defendant's plea. Judge Hippler apparently chose not to do so. Koberger never explained a thing. Whatever one thinks about hearsay, we have to deal with its role in this case. Once police named their suspect and got him indicted, it was all too easy to go back and shape their narrative based on things people heard. They listened to various AI-generated opinions before narrowing their search of white sedans to one that matched his car. They seem to have ignored what witnesses told them about a years-long pattern of awkward selfies to publish one Koberger took the morning of the crimes. They listened to an FBI expert's highly questionable claims about cell tower pings without checking the math. They identified, investigated, swabbed, printed, surveilled, and named more than a dozen serious possible subjects based on overheard conversations and rumor before dropping them all without explanation once they found their man. Is this all hearsay, as a court would define it? Perhaps not, but none of that mattered once Koberger was sentenced. Virtually all the evidence in this case could be considered secondhand once Bill Thompson retired and the state moved on to other pressing matters. The case was closed without allocution, meaning the public was left with nothing but what law enforcement selectively released through FOIA requests outside the regulation of courts. Yes, the public has gained access to the motions in limine, affidavits, and Frank's hearing transcripts, but few of those filings sort underlying facts. It seems like small consolation that journalists have won disclosure of hundreds of reports when tens of thousands are held back. The problem, of course, is motive. We have none. No matter what Bill Thompson's office has speculated about the relationship between Brian Koberger and his victims, it all comes down to gossip. We have uncovered no evidence, secondhand or otherwise, that explains the rage inherent in the extreme violence of the murders, the timing of the intrusion, or the selection of that particular house on that particular day. After nearly 3 years of investigation, the prosecution has never disclosed a single statement Brian Koberger made about his own involvement in the crimes. Despite all the discussion about coworker complaints, sexual harassment, unfair grading, and Tinder dates feeling uncomfortable in his presence, it appears that no one has ever expressed concerns about him being violent. Not one person has suggested any possible connection between Brian Kohberger and Kaylee or Maddie, the two most likely targets. No friend, colleague, or associate admits to eavesdropping on an inculpatory comment. Interviews of numerous former cellmates and jailhouse snitches disclose not one single utterance Kohberger made about involvement in the murders, not a slip-up, not a brag. In hundreds of interviews, no one has ever mentioned anything that would presage murder. Nothing resembling hearsay was introduced in court during the change of plea hearing, where it would not have been allowed. Perhaps that factor alone haunts people most with regard to this case. How would it be possible for the killer to plan and execute these crimes without ever slipping up with a comment? Kaylee Goncalves and Maddie Mogan were certainly targeted for a reason, but no one ever heard Kohberger mention their names. No one ever heard him express opinions about how the killer got into the house or why he walked directly past Dylan's room on his way upstairs. Not a peep about knowledge of the house, late-night trips to Moscow, premeditated intent. If posing of the bodies indicates subtext, where is it? If signature wounds suggest statements by the killer, as behavioralists suggest, what was Kohberger trying to say? Things only look stranger when one considers overwhelming statistical evidence that a murder is a crime of familiarity. According to the FBI's 2019 Crime in the United States report, of 13,927 people murdered that year, only 9.9% were killed by a stranger. That is 1 in 10, a striking number hard to ignore, considering police have never tied Kohberger to 1122 King Road or any of the people inside. What was his motivation for rage? Why did the killer ravage Kaylee far worse than the others? How did he know where to find her? The answer, oddly enough, brings us back to hearsay. To augment forensic evidence with a larger understanding of the scene, police have come up with a tool called victimology. It is a whole discipline now, taught in academies and accepted as a valid way to gain context. While lab techs focus on forensics, detectives hit the streets, seeking perspectives from friends and family about the victims, things like drug use, romantic interactions, day-to-day routines. Much of what they discover is based on opinion, but none of it will show up in court, so the rules barely matter. It's all about context, painting the larger picture. Victimology allows investigators to flesh out the facts of their case based on what people think or feel. It's what Turvey referred to as coarse graining, a broad-brush look at the totality of circumstances, an overview cops can start with to dig down into as things become clearer. We see the concept plainly here in two brief reports. The first was filed January 9, 2023, a month after Kohberger was arrested. On November 16, 2022, Idaho State Police Detective Joe Lake, was assigned by ISP Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson to lead the victimology team for the November 13, 2022, Moscow, Latah County, Idaho, quadruple murder investigation. According to Lake's report, ISP Supplemental 89, police started building character sketches of their victims within days of the crimes. As we will see moving forward, they tried to narrow their search for suspects based on modus operandi and Dylan's physical description of a white male with average height and weight. Because the first two murders occurred in Maddie's room, they looked to her current boyfriend, Jake Schrieger, then to gossip involving a drunken tryst with a Delta Tau Delta member named Connor Chestnut. Neither Schrieger nor Chestnut has ever been implicated or charged. They tracked Maddie's movements Saturday night to a bar called the Corner Club, where they interviewed patrons and staff and tracked camera footage of a mysterious grub truck guy wearing a hoodie. They looked into at least one of Kaylee's former boyfriends, interviewed a man she might have invited home from a bar, identified and eliminated a Winco stalker. They surveilled a student from Boise who abruptly left campus Sunday morning with an unexplained gash on his hand that he didn't have treated. He drove a white sedan that looked very much like the one they saw on ring cam video. Hearsay? Some of it, yes. Acceptable in a victimology? Absolutely. Moving further afield, police looked at alcohol dependence and drug dealing, social media profiles on dating sites like Tinder, commercial sex platforms like OnlyFans. There was a persistent rumor that one or more of the victims had earned money posing online in a bikini or selling photos of their feet. Bethany Funk was asked about this in the presence of her lawyer and admitted that it might have been a thing at 11:22, but she was not involved. As with so many aspects of this investigation, hopeful leads proved fruitless. Persons of interest became possible suspects. Possible suspects became the focus of intense scrutiny, but in the end, were all washed out, with no credible ties to the crimes. Eventually, the personal lives of victims began to emerge and the world of 1122 King Road started to make sense. But it took a lot of effort from a who's who of agencies. Joe Lake wrote, "The victimology team consisted of me, Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Jonathan Riggs, FBI SA Jared Thompson, FBI Tactical Specialist Carrie Hadaway, and statewide ISP detectives and nationwide FBI agents for out-of-area interviews." For those wondering about jurisdiction, murder is not typically a federal crime. The FBI can offer resources under the purview of police cooperation, however, and due to the widespread notoriety of this case, the Bureau jumped right in. Senior management ran things from headquarters in D.C., but the Office of Origin was designated the Salt Lake City Division. Agents Thompson and Riggs commuted from an outpost known as the Lewiston Resident Agency. The file number was designated 9A-SU-368-3464. Lake wrote in his report, "The victimology team was responsible for understanding relationships, social groups, public lives, and private lives of the victims and survivors and a connection to suspects." On January 3, 2023, ISP Detective Sergeant Gilbertson assigned me the additional investigative duty of coordinating the priority investigation tips related to suspect Brian C. Kohberger. The coordination of tips includes prioritizing interviews of people associated with Kohberger. At first glance, it might seem surprising that law enforcement would focus such broad, multi-agency attention on the day-to-day interactions of people inside the house. In the broader picture, however, it is easy to see how crimes like this could overwhelm a small community with limited resources. In 2022, Moscow had a population of 26,249. According to statistics maintained by the Idaho State Police, they reported 0 homicides in 2021 and 0 homicides in 2023. The only homicides in 2022 were those of the 4 victims and the matter at hand. We know from previous reports that the MPD reached out almost immediately to other specialized units for support. Within hours, the ISP Crime Lab had responded with its evidence analysis team. We know the FBI added significant specialization through the Consolidated DNA Index System, CODIS, the Critical Incident Response Group, CIRG, a cross-country surveillance element known as the Special Operations Group, SOG, and the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Moscow police were offered but did not accept help from the FBI's National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, NCAVC, or profilers from its famous Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU. During the period of November 16, 2022 through January 7, 2023, Lake wrote in a second document, Supplemental 101, dated January 10, 2022. I conducted telephone triage interviews with people associated to the victim and survivors of the quadruple murder in Moscow, Latah County, Idaho. The triage telephone interview determined the extent of information the person possessed and if an in-person interview should be conducted. Using the battlefield term triage might seem a bit extreme until one considers the pressure law enforcement felt during the early weeks of their investigation. It would not be a stretch to liken the pressure to combat the workload to trying to sip water from a fire hose. With 4 dead co-eds, a gruesome crime scene, and international attention focused on a community that had never previously felt the need to lock their doors, the pressure must have seemed daunting. Dozens of law enforcement professionals from several agencies had been called into the investigation by the time Officer Lake formed his team. The case file had grown to tens of thousands of pages. Things were running 24/7. As Lake wrote near the beginning of his report, on December 7, 2022, I telephoned Kaylee Tavernier. Kaylee claims she knows victim Ethan Chapen and others and was present at the Sigma Chi party with her best friend, Kylie Eppenstein. She believed Ethan wasn't acting like himself and keeping to himself. Kaylee later stated she may have mistaken the identity of the person she believed was Ethan. She provided, via email, a vague video from the party. No evidentiary value was obtained in the video. The provided video is added to evidence data of this report. If this video exists, I could not find it in Bill Thompson's massive disclosure to the defense. There is no emailed copy of the, quote, vague video from the party, end quote. It seems likely that Ann Taylor had not even heard about it because there is no mention in formal supplemental discovery requests as cataloged in 2 terabytes of files. Even more troublesome is the fact that neither Kylie Eppenstein nor anyone else has ever apparently been asked what might have been bothering Ethan. Bill Thompson's files contain documentation of a text sent from, quote, Erica, end quote, to Ethan at 5:30 p.m. Friday saying, quote, you are getting cheated on, end quote, but there is no further context. Ethan received a second, nearly identical text from Erica at 12:43 Sunday morning, but no one seems to have determined what this meant in terms of his relationship with Zana. The fact that Ethan was murdered, naked in his girlfriend's bed, only complicates Joe Lake's mission to figure out why. And while we are focusing on victimology, it feels prudent to reach beyond Officer Lake's 1-paragraph memorial to look deeper into the only male life stolen that morning, Ethan. As Judge Hippler stated at the change of plea hearing, he was a human being who should be remembered as such. Ethan Chapen was a vital, accomplished son and brother, cut down in the prime of his life by a vicious assassin. He deserves more than a brief mention in a mysterious text from someone named Erica. According to police files, Ethan James Chapen was 20 years of age at the time of his death, a U of I freshman. He was a 6'4", 228-pound native of Conway, Washington, majoring in recreation, sport, and tourism management. He was a member of Sigma Chi, lived by himself in an off-campus apartment, and drove a red Jeep registered to his father. According to friends and a published obituary, he laughed continuously. He smiled when he woke up and was still smiling when he went to bed. He was kind to all and a friend to all. Diving deeper, we know that on December 1, 2022, Officer Joe Lake interviewed James Chapen, whom he referred to as the loving father of his triplets, Ethan, Hunter, and Maisie. In Supplemental 153, filed February 23, 2023, Lake reported that Ethan was a leader who had a great relationship with his girlfriend of almost a year, Zana Knodel. He was the first delivered of triplets, all of whom attended U of I. Ethan Chapen was very close to his siblings, and Peter Algoriaga was his best friend, Lake wrote. At the time, police had started handing out victim background questionnaires to friends, family members, and acquaintances. Jay Chapen is not aware of anyone or any event which could have led to the murder of his son and the other 3 victims. Peter Algoriaga agreed with Ethan's dad that he was Ethan's best friend. In a December 5 interview, ISP Supplemental 157, he told Officer Lake he was a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity where he lived in apartment 5. He said he had once had a romantic relationship with Zana. Lake wrote, Elgoriaga stated Kernodle had a lot of admirers, but she and Chapen were perfect for each other. The night before the murders, Chapen told Elgoriaga, it can be difficult to be in a relationship with Kernodle because she draws so much attention. Lake learned more on December 1 when he interviewed Ethan's fraternal triplet, Hunter. He wrote in Supplemental 154, both E. Chapen and Kernodle were well liked by others and the life of the party. They regularly had parties at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Latah County, Idaho, but it was generally the same 20, up to 70 people who frequented the parties, and all were associated with the University of Idaho Greek life. On December 1, Ethan's sister Maisie told Detective Danny Vargas that other than Zana, her brother spent most of his time with Elgoriaga, Hunter Johnson, a student named Kyle Free, and Emily Allant. Vargas reported, Maisie said she met Zana once during sorority rush, but had gotten to know her through Ethan, and that the two had been dating for about a year. She said Ethan often spent time at the Mad Greek, where Zana worked, but that the two never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone, customers or employees. Maisie told Vargas her brother did not use drugs, but, quote, drank a lot, which was normal for the fraternity life, end quote. She said Ethan never got into fights and confided no history of negative interactions with anyone at all, including Xana's housemates at 1122 King Road. Maisie said in the evening, Ethan went with her to her formal event, which was at Hunga Dunga from 1900 to 2000 hours, Lake wrote, noting that this was a private event hosted by her sorority. Maisie said she texted Ethan at approximately 2014 hours, telling him she did not want to go with them to Sigma Chi and was going to stay at her sorority. Maisie said Ethan texted her several times, trying to convince her to come to Sigma Chi, but she did not go and eventually fell asleep around 2200 hours. Reaching further into details of Ethan Chapen's life on campus, ISP Detective Brady Walker contacted a student named Tim DeWolf on November 18th, Supplemental 53. Walker wrote, it was reported to me that DeWolf had text conversations with Ethan Chapen the night of the incident, but DeWolf denied that. DeWolf had been in the same fraternity as Chapen for a year and a half and described Chapen as one of his best friends. This interview stands out, among others, because police found it somewhat difficult to pin down the movements of Ethan and his girlfriend late Saturday night into early Sunday morning. Though Chapen spent a good deal of time at the Sigma Chi fraternity house, he was not permitted to live there due to low grades, so no one paid much attention when he left. Adding to the confusion, a police search of Ethan's cell account showed that he had been blocked by a woman named Dylan Sturrock and by another named Lydia Varga. To date, it appears that no one in law enforcement has definitively identified or interviewed either woman, so there is no way to tell if these blocked contacts have anything to do with his mood Saturday night or the cheating text from Erica. No one has established where he was last seen or what time he and Zana returned to King Road. It remains a nagging void in the timeline. According to Walker, DeWolf was present with Chapen in the lodge at Sigma Chi, but they didn't have much contact. DeWolf said he did not text or have any other electronic communication with Chapen that night. He did not know when Chapen left the Sigma Chi party. DeWolf told Walker his friend had been dating Zana for about 7 months and that they stayed together, quote, about 6 nights a week, end quote. DeWolf said that there was a party at 1122 King Road at least once a week, and that most were attended by 50 or 60 people. He knew Kernodle well, but not the others, though he said they all seemed to get along really well. Detective Walker also interviewed a student named Jaden Shepard on November 19, 2022, and documented that information in the same supplemental. Shepard was roommates with Ethan Chapen last year and was currently a roommate of Tim DeWolf. On November 12th, Shepard attended the formal party and went to the Sigma Chi party afterwards. He left the Sigma Chi party at around 0100 and went to a party at the White's apartment building accompanied by Trent Gwynn and Tim DeWolf. The apartment unit they went to was referred to as the Rack. They were at the Whites until around 0500 hours when they returned to their unit at Sigma Chi. They went to bed around 0530. Shepard had no contact with Chapen since the formal and did not have any contact with Knodel that day. Walker tried without success to gather more detail from Gwynn, who said he saw and spoke with Ethan sometime before 01:15 Sunday morning at a Sigma Chi after-party following the formal. On November 30, 2022, Idaho State Police detectives Alderson and Van Leuven started interviewing other fraternity brothers of Ethan's, including chapter president Reed B. Offson, Kyle Free, John Phelan, Drew Carter, Ryan Moffett, Kelvin Cobley, Conrad Harrison, Matthew Manson, and Wesley Rebeck, quote, for victimology purposes, end quote. According to ISP Supplemental 178, the detectives gained little or nothing of value. Returning to Lake's victimology, Supplemental 101, we see that on December 21, 2022, he telephoned a Delta Gamma member named Kylie Pearson for more information. Kylie is a Delta Gamma and friends with victims Ethan Chapen and Xander Knodel, he wrote. Kylie knew victim Kaylee Goncalves as a previous neighbor, but were never close. She did not have contact or relationship with victim Madison Mogan or the surviving victims Bethany Funk or Dylan Mortensen. Kylie recalled Ethan always being the funny guy in the room, and Xana knew and was liked by everyone. Kylie had attended the Sigma party with Sophia Oxarango and ran into both Ethan and Xana. They were both in good spirits. Kylie believed Ethan's best friends were Kai Lanu, Jaden Shepard, and DJ Myers. Lanu, of course, is cop talk for last name unknown. Kylie believed Xana's best friends were Emily Allant and Josie Lanu. Kylie had never been to the 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho residence and doesn't know anyone who would want to hurt the victims. Based on these reports and the rest of Lake's victimology, it seems clear that detectives considered Ethan an unfortunate bystander who was killed merely because he had gone home with Xana. In order to study her and the other women in the house, however, we will have to reach beyond what Lake documented in those two brief reports. Though Ethan's life makes sense within the scope of a few pages, Maddie's and Kaylee's do not. We will return to them shortly. Of all the people best suited to summarize the lives of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xander Knodel, and Ethan Chapen, Bethany Funk might stand alone. Regardless of how one looks at seeming contradictions in her accounts of that horrible Sunday morning, her recollections of the three women and one man who died there that night hold singular importance. She chose to memorialize her housemates in a victim witness statement at Koberger's sentencing hearing on July 23, 2025. Her thoughts, as read in court by Emily Allant, are here transcribed verbatim. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them, and tell them how they had scared us, and that they were going to tease us about how we're constantly scaredy cats and make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened, and what turned out to be my worst nightmare, when I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache, so I called my dad, who was a dentist, and asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it, and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened, And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. From then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life, and I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure if what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at the house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here, and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse, and I was still here when their kids, their siblings, and their friends, their loved ones, should have been here instead. After everything that happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me, even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up and panic, terrified someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed. One day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day, I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house. It was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, made meals, did crafts, binge-watched reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now, I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi, but instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party. We were just happy to be there with each other. Zana was one in a million. She was the life of the party, but she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Zana was when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. When she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa, she would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile, and she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. She always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to, and just so fun. And the way he cared for Zana was truly something to admire, and really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone. Ethan and Zana were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. To this day, I'm beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie, because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. Little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House, when we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night like no one was watching, all the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips, and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they were was so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them, or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again, but I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time, and I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always. Oddly enough, Detective Lake's victimology barely even mentions Zana. Based on early reports, we know she was 20 years old the day she died, a U of I marketing major from Avondale, Arizona, who had moved to the small town of Post Falls, Idaho, where she played volleyball and soccer in high school. She was a member of Pi Beta Phi sorority, worked at the Mad Greek restaurant with Maddie Mogan, and had an older sister named Jasmine, who was a student at Washington State University, where Koberger studied criminology. Zana had a large circle of friends who described her as fun-loving and kind, the type of person who would light up any room. According to an obituary published in the Bonner County Daily Bee, Zana loved her dog Shoeshine, electronic dance music, and going on trips with her sister and father. What is less known about Zana is that she overcame significant adversity on her way to finding success at college. Zana's parents were divorced, and her mother had suffered serious legal problems as a result of alleged substance abuse, as reported in the police files. In fact, Kara Kernodle was incarcerated the night her daughter was killed. On November 20, 2022, at approximately 22:20 hours, Idaho State Police Detective Timothy Snell and ISP Sergeant Jess Stennett conducted an interview of Kara D. Kernodle at the Kootenai County Jail, Snell wrote in ISP Supplemental 82. I was advised C. Kernodle had been recently arrested by the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office due to having a warrant for her arrest involving drugs. I was advised by KCSO Sergeant Solar Larson during her arrest, C. Kernodle had made statements regarding the homicide of her daughter Zana Kernodle and her drug involvement somehow being involved. Though not mentioned in this report, it would later be revealed that Ann Taylor's office had represented Kara Kernodle as a public defender. Upon arrival at the jail, Snell wrote, C. Kernodle was placed into an interview room with Sergeant Stennett and I. Upon explaining why we were there, C. Kernodle began speaking prior to being able to activate the audio recording device. Review of the actual audio recording indicates that Kara learned of her daughter's death from the news and had not been notified by police or given any details prior to the November 20 interview. She sounded emotionally distraught at the news and upset that police would provide almost no information about the crimes. When asked about the crimes being somehow related to revenge, she denied it. Snell summarized their conversation thusly in his report. C. Kernodle said she last spoke with X. Kernodle about a month prior to the homicide when she attempted to coordinate having lunch with X. Kernodle. C. Kernodle said X. Kernodle ended up being too busy with classes and was not able to meet. During their 9-minute conversation, Kara said she was unaware of anyone who would want to hurt her daughter and added that her ex-husband had specifically asked if she had, quote, any involvement with the cartels. He wanted to know if Zana could have been killed as a result of her mother's exposure to, quote, organized crime, end quote. Kara has never been implicated in any way in her daughter's death. Police followed up on this on December 4, when Detective Joe Lake interviewed Jeff Kernodle, handing him a victim background questionnaire while building Victimology. This was actually the second time police had interacted with Xana's dad. Captain Anthony Dollinger had first met him at the crime scene Sunday afternoon, shortly after Nunez responded to the 911 call. Kernodle was in town for Parents' Weekend at WSU with Jasmine and had stopped by the house when Zana failed to respond to texts. The only things Dollinger reported learning was that Zana worked at the Mad Greek, had no enemies, and last called her dad Friday at around 9:40 p.m. Lake wrote in ISP Supplemental 156, he telephoned his daughters about 3 times per week, regularly visited them, and would fly them to his home in Arizona at every opportunity. J. Kernodle helped X. Kernodle financially. He bought her a vehicle and paid insurance. Lake inquired about reports that the women had come home recently to find the front door to their house wide open. Kernodle, a construction contractor, told Lake the front was, quote, barely hanging on the hinges, end quote, so he fixed it using longer screws. When Lake returned to information germane to victimology, Xana's dad told him that Zana was a state champion gymnast who, quote, wasn't scared of anything, end quote. He said Zana and Ethan Chapen had a healthy, sustained relationship, that she was not the type who would, quote, lead anyone on, end quote, and that she would handle advances with class. On February 14, 2023, Kara Kernodle was interviewed again by ISP Detective Michael Van Leuven regarding her interactions with Kootenai County Public Defender Ann Taylor. Detective Van Leuven noted in his report that Kara was an inmate at the Spokane County Jail at the time. According to public records, this incarceration involved offenses committed after and completely unrelated to the murders. Kernodle advised she had met with a lawyer she believed to be Ann Taylor on multiple occasions when she was an inmate in the Kootenai County Jail, Van Leuven wrote. This person was representing her on recent charges involving controlled substances. She advised her last charge was approximately 4 days after her daughter, Zana A. Kernodle, had been murdered. Van Leuven's report states that he showed Kara a photograph of Ann Taylor, but Kara claimed not to recognize the woman in the photo. This is important because Taylor left her job as a county attorney due to apparent conflict of interest issues with one or more of the victim's parents. He asked her where she had gotten the name Ann Taylor. She said someone had showed her a Reddit thread where it stated her attorney was Ann Taylor. He told her that Ann Taylor was the head public defender for Kootenai County and her name would be on paperwork because it was her office that was defending her, not necessarily Ann Taylor herself. Kernodle expressed regret in having confused the identity of the public defender she had met with. So why add Zana's mom to the Lake team's victimology if she was in jail at the time of the murders and had only limited contact with her estranged daughter? We must turn to MPD Corporal Brett Payne's November 13 interview of Emily Allant to gain insight. "What's your relationship to the people in the house?" Payne asks Allant immediately after the audio portion of the tape kicks in. "Zana was my best friend," Allant states. She sounds poised, though distraught, which makes sense considering it's been less than 2 hours since the discovery of the bodies. She saw Zana lying dead in a dried pool of blood on her bedroom floor. "Ethan is her boyfriend, who's also one of my best friends," Allant said, "and Maddie Mogan and Kaylee are great friends to all of us too, because they live with them." Payne asks about sorority affiliation, to which Allant responds that all the women in the house were members at one point, but that she and Zana were not anymore. Though she did not volunteer details at the time, it was widely known that Emily was Dylan Mortenson's, quote, big, end quote, at Phi Beta Pi. Their relationship within the sorority at least partially explains Dylan's call Sunday morning. "What about Ethan?" the detective asks. "Ethan's in, Delta Tau with his brother Hunter." The fact that she got that wrong only underscores the problems in building a victimology. Direct witness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Hearsay is just about worthless. Chapter 11. Range Rover, Homecoming, Murphy, the Golden Doodle. Kaylee Jade Goncalves was a 21-year-old U of I senior at the time of the murders. Though she paid rent and kept a room at 1122 King Road, she had completed all the coursework necessary to graduate and had moved home to her parents' house in Coeur d'Alene, where she worked remotely for a marketing firm in Texas. Police determined during the early stages of their investigation that she had driven down to Moscow for the weekend in a shiny Range Rover, telling friends she was moving to Austin, where she had already found an apartment. She had recently broken up with her longtime boyfriend, Jack DuCoeur, but the split seemed amicable. She had agreed to go as Dylan's plus one to a sorority formal. It was a football weekend. Everyone was excited to catch up. Nothing about Kaylee's homecoming would have seemed unusual on a university campus where end-of-term seniors would be coming and going as they prepared to move on with life. Thanksgiving break was a week away, meaning faculty and students alike were focused on tests and papers. Fall is a particularly busy season in the Greek community, with underclassmen wandering between formals and house parties while the local bars fill up with drinking-age seniors. Police were focused on underage drinkers, stumbling home in the early morning hours as the rest of the 30,000 residents slept. It was just another day. All that changed, of course, around noon Sunday morning, when Bethany Funk called Whitcomb 911, pleading for assistance. From the moment Officer Nunez arrived on scene and stated out loud that Ethan had killed himself, things started to get confusing. It was more than obvious that something almost unimaginable had happened, but for a small-town police department with little experience in crimes of this kind, the who, when, how, and why must have seemed overwhelming. It had been 6 years since Moscow had experienced even one murder, and now 4 students lay butchered in a 6-bedroom house. From the start, it seemed apparent that robbery was not the motive. There were no signs of rape, and though police knew almost nothing about the killer, the chief did what chiefs do. He held a press conference. He said this was an isolated incident with no immediate threat to the larger community. Nobody bought it. In reality, law enforcement at that point likely had no idea what was going on, period. They didn't even know where to start until forensic analysis suggested a lone assailant and autopsy reports began to narrow down the targets. Wounds inflicted upon Kaylee Goncalves appeared different in character and scope than those suffered by other people in the house. Zana and Ethan died as a result of edged weapon attacks, but their injuries were mostly defensive in nature. Maddie died quickly from, quote, stab and incised wounds of the head and neck, end quote, the fewest number among the housemates. Kaylee, on the other hand, suffered wounds that seemed to tell a whole different story. She had been asphyxiated to the point of petechia, with burst blood vessels in her eyes and lips. She had been severely beaten with a blunt object that broke out her teeth, fractured bones in her face, cracked her skull. Forensic analysis suggested this had been a rage-motivated attack on Kaylee, what behavioralists call overkill. Kaylee's wounds stood out, even from Maddie's, who died in bed beside her. To try and make sense of why Kaylee was singled out and who wanted her dead, detectives quickly moved outside the crime scene to focus on victimology. ISP investigator Joe Lake and his team wanted to know why she had picked that particular weekend to visit. How many people would have known she was coming? Which of her interactions Saturday night might have led to an outcome this extreme? We can follow their thinking on Lake's report, Supplemental 110. He wrote, on December 14, 2022, I telephonically interviewed Maya Clark. Maya explained she has known Kaylee from Idaho. Although Maya was a couple years ahead of Kaylee in school, they were friends. Maya's sorority little, Callan Mai, was Kaylee's big within the sorority. Kaylee had two sorority littles, Jaden Smith and Emma Tiger. Victimologies start broadly with context before moving into specifics. Lake quickly turned his focus to the reasons for Kaylee's visit, details about life on and off campus. He reported, Maya has worked for Extreme Networks for the last couple of years and at the beginning of the 2022 school year. Maya helped Kaylee obtain an internship with Extreme Networks. Extreme Networks is a small company, and during Kaylee's internship, she worked within several elements of the company, sales, marketing, etc. Her boss was Jeremiah Shea, who is based out of Canada. Kaylee was in the pipeline for a full-time position, but the official offer had not yet been presented. It was known to Maya that Kaylee would be moving to Austin, Texas, and working for the company based out of Texas. Maya had not had regular or routine contact with Kaylee, but they did periodically talk over the past couple of years. Maya is unaware of any issues related to Kaylee or the murders. On December 15, 2022, Lake spoke with a woman named Erica Anthony, who was not further identified, but claimed to have facilitated Goncalves' quote, knowledge of salary negotiations, but did not directly negotiate her salary, end quote. According to Detective Lake, Erica believed Kaylee was in a full-time paid intern program at Extreme Networks, earning between $20 and $27 per hour. Some within the department wondered if this was enough income to explain a lifestyle that did not seem to match her means. It seemed plausible to police that Kaylee kept her room at the house on King Road because rent had been written into the cost of her education. It did not particularly bother them that friends said she offered to pay for drinks because it was a big weekend at U of I and she used her grandmother's card. Besides, she was getting ready to move south to Austin for what promised to be a well-paying job. It did not even concern them that Kaylee told several people about plans for a European vacation. What got their attention was when she showed up that weekend in a shiny new car, at least one that was new to her. On Wednesday, November 30, 2022, ISP Senior Detective Gary Tolson was assigned by ISP Detective Gideon Roberts to investigate Kaylee's purchase of a 2015 Range Rover from the AutoNation Subaru in Spokane Valley, Washington. In ISP Supplemental 75, Tolson wrote, I received the Range Rover title information, which showed the vehicle being owned by Jasmine Danielle Sumner, who lived in Spokane, Washington. The lien holder on the vehicle showed Canopy Credit Union of Spokane, Washington. The previous owner to Sumner showed as Mark and Stephanie Stevens of Graham, Washington. From there, Tolson determined that Sumner had signed the release of the vehicle's title on October 29, 2022, just 2 weeks before the crimes, and Kaylee had not yet changed the plates. In fact, investigation at the Idaho Division of Motor Vehicles showed no record that Kaylee actually even owned it. Though this all might sound a bit obtuse, police were focused on motive during the early stages of the investigation, and Kaylee's displays of wealth seemed conspicuous. Tolson reported, "On Thursday, December 15, 2022, I drove to Auto Nation Subaru in Spokane Valley, Washington. I spoke to the salesman who sold the Range Rover to Kaylee Goncalves, Samuel P. Shulkin. Mr. Shulkin told me that Kaylee came to the car dealership twice to look at the Range Rover. The first time, she showed up with her two grandmothers. The second time, she came with her mother and her grandmother. Mr. Shulkin told me he saw no drama or conflicts between Kaylee and her mother or grandmothers during the sale." According to Shulkin, Kaylee bought the Range Rover for $24,423, with a down payment of $6,500 cash, a charge of $1,000 against her grandmother Cheryl's credit card, and monthly payments for the rest. Tolson learned from AutoNation's finance manager, Tyler Munther, that Kaylee's credit application listed monthly income of $3,200 from Extreme Networks, where she worked for the previous 5 months as an operations manager. Tolson determined that Kaylee had good credit and bought the car without a cosigner, but her mother, Christy Goncalves, called the dealership shortly after the murders, saying she wanted to return the vehicle. After a series of discussions, the Range Rover was returned to the dealership before being handed back to the family once Steve Goncalves decided he wanted to keep it. Tolson did not indicate how much Kaylee was paying each month to finance her purchase, but did obtain a copy of the AutoNation Subaru advertisement offering the vehicle for $24,423. Apparently, she paid the full asking price. Beyond the Range Rover purchase, Kaylee's life grew less clear. By all accounts, she was a popular and well-loved member of the U of I community. But as Lake's team built their victimology, red flags started to appear. Most of them involved her social interactions with men, but there were also issues of online content that might have been problematic. At first, police talked to as many of Kaylee's friends, family members, and sorority sisters as they could find. Kayla Nguyen, for example, was interviewed November 16 by Officer John Rosinski, LCPA Supplemental 19. He wrote, "I asked Kayla if Kaylee hung out or associated with anyone with violent tendencies. Kayla said no and expressed she was confused about the incident because of what she saw in the news. Kayla said Kaylee mainly stuck together with her roommates, Zana, Bethany Funk, Madison Mogan, Dylan Mortensen. He asked if Ethan was into cocaine, and Kayla said she did not know because she didn't know him that well. When specifically asked if drugs were being sold from the house on King Road, Kayla said they were used at parties but not sold. Kayla told him she had never seen and did not know about, quote, any large quantities of drugs at the house, end quote. I asked Kayla if Kaylee ever mentioned about having a stalker or having concerns about anyone, and Kayla said no, Rosinski reported, before moving on to rumors about a potential predator. Kayla also said Kaylee never mentioned anything to the girls. Another question at the top of investigators' lists was early identification of online surveillance video showing Kaylee and Maddie outside a food truck downtown. Rosinski wrote, Kayla asked if we saw the Twitch stream. I asked Kayla what she saw in the stream, and she mentioned there were two guys. I asked Kayla if she recognized the two guys, and Kayla said she did not. Kayla said her friends Peyton Campbell and Grace were at the grub truck and saw Kaylee and Madison. Kayla said Peyton mentioned that the two males were being weird. I asked Kayla if she or anyone recognized anyone from the grub truck stream, and Kayla said no. I asked Kayla if she was familiar with a fraternity member of Delta Tau Delta, and she said yes. Rosinski asked Kayla why she referred to the males as weird, and she told him she thought one of the males nudged the other male, quote, like, "Oh, these are your girls, go and get them," end quote. Kayla suggested that Peyton Campbell would be worth talking to because she was there at the grub truck early Sunday morning with the two victims. Taylor told Rosinski she did not know if Campbell spoke directly with the two women, but mentioned that Zoe McCormick hung out with Kaylee and Madison all night at the Corner Club. I asked Kayla if any of the victims had issues with anyone, Rosinski wrote, and Kayla said that Kaylee was unproblematic and peaceful. Kayla said she can't imagine someone with violent tendencies around her. Kayla said she felt the same way about Madison. Kayla said, if anything, maybe Ethan and Zana. I asked if Ethan and Zana associated with violent people. Kayla said that Zana and Ethan were more outgoing and hung out with different friend groups. In terms of dating and romantic relationships, Kayla said Kaylee dated, quote, a guy named Jack DuCoeur for a couple of years, end quote, who was, quote, a really nice person, adding that they had been high school sweethearts. Kayla said she had spoken to her friend a couple of days before the incident, and Kaylee said she met a guy who was already living in Texas, and they were going to be roommates. When asked if Kaylee was still dating DuCoeur while making plans to move in with a new guy, Kayla said no, but she mentioned Kaylee had tried to call Jack around 3 o'clock Sunday morning. Kayla said her friend Josie told her Jack didn't reply. When asked how she knew, Kayla said because, quote, Jack told them, end quote. When asked if Kaylee hung out with any other males, Kayla said Kaylee was, quote, talking to, end quote, a guy named Mason Barstow, who was vice president of the Delta Tau Delta fraternity. Rosinski reported. I asked Kayla if there was anyone else she spent time with, and Kayla said no, unless Kaylee met someone at the bar that night. Kayla did not know if Kaylee met anyone in particular, but heard a male got kicked out for being creepy toward Madison. Kayla said the last time she spoke with Kaylee was about 1,700 hours on 11/12/22. Kayla said Kaylee showed up with all of Kaylee's roommates at her apartment at the Whites sometime between 1430 and 1,500 hours. Kayla said they left sometime between 1,700 to 1,800 hours. Rosinski told Kayla he was aware of a social media post showing Ethan Chapen and all the King Road roommates pictured together, and Kayla said it was taken outside her apartment. I asked Kayla if she has been over to Kaylee's house before, Rosinski wrote. I asked if people use the Wi-Fi, and Kayla was unsure. Kayla said they usually leave their doors unlocked, and everyone knows it's a Pi-Fi house. When asked about contact with either of the survivors, Kayla said she reached out to Bethany Funk on November 13, but Bethany did not reply. Kayla told the detective Emily Allant may have reached out to Mortensen or Funk as well, but she was not sure. I asked why Kaylee lived in a house with a different sorority, Rosinski wrote, and Kayla said Kaylee and Madison have been best friends for several years and spoke about living with each other. Reaching further, police fanned out among the U of I community. On November 18, ISP detectives Eric Pacina and Ryan Hoxie interviewed Josephine Tourville, the woman Jack DuCoeur supposedly told about Kaylee's call. Although she was not asked about this particular subject, Tourville said she had known Kaylee Goncalves since freshman year when they pledged the same sorority, and that Kaylee was her best friend. Josie told him she had seen Kaylee Saturday night around 11 p.m. at the Corner Club with Mogan. Josie said her best friend never mentioned any odd interactions with strangers, though she would occasionally take rides with random people. She said she never saw Kaylee or Maddie Mogan use drugs, but wasn't sure about Canodal. She suggested police speak with Sophia Whitehead, who had lived in Kaylee's room the year before, as well as a broad circle of friends, including Ashley Couch, Peyton Campbell, and Molly Great. Later that same day, Hoxie and Pacina interviewed Parker Schwarz, a roommate and fraternity brother of Jack DuCoeur's, who said he believed Kaylee had been planning a move to North Carolina or Texas. He told detectives that Jack and Kaylee had been dating since meeting at Lake City High School in Coeur d'Alene, but they had broken up. Pacina reported, he thought Goncalves initiated the breakup, there wasn't any turmoil in their relationship, and they were still talking and hanging out together. Detectives asked about drug use by the victims, and Schwer said he wasn't aware of any. He told detectives that his housemate Braden Paulo had heard a dog barking at approximately 4 o'clock Sunday morning and had reported it to the police. Police checked Schwer's for injuries to his hands, arms, or face. According to the report, they recorded no injuries and left. That same day, ISP Detective James Millar interviewed Aidan McEntee in Meridian, Idaho. McEntee, a former member of Pi Phi sorority, roommate of Sophia Whitehead, and frequent visitor at 1122 King Road, had been at the Corner Club with Kaylee on Saturday night. Quote, there was a weird man at the bar, she told Millar. He was pushing her at the bar. Mogan introduced her to the man. The man was following Mogan, McEntee, and Goncalves while she was there. She spent most of her time at the Corner Club with Mogan and Goncalves. She was supposed to go home with him, but she had a weird feeling, so she got a ride home with a freshman Greek Life designated driver. She left at approximately 1:15 a.m. Perhaps the most important detail gleaned from McEntee was that she had grown up with Jack Showalter, knew about speculation regarding the Twitch video of him at the food truck, and had received a text from him at 3:04 a.m. asking, quote, what she was doing, end quote. Oddly enough, Millar asked no further questions about Showalter, the text, or her response. He did ask about drug use, which she denied, and the code to the front door of the house, which Mogan had given her. Interestingly, McEntee told Millar, quote, they would often leave their back door open, end quote, allowing McEntee and others to just walk around the back and go in often. She knew Dylan Mortensen from high school, although they were not in the same grade, and Bethany Funk from Greek Life. She told Millar that Kaylee had a previous boyfriend named Jack, but that the, quote, current boy Goncalves was seeing was Mason Barstow, end quote. Within weeks of the murders, police had expanded their victimology beyond King Road to broader areas of Kaylee Goncalves' life. On December 8, ISP detectives Joe Lake and William Adams interviewed a woman named Ava Wood, who, quote, coordinated with the coaches in order to either babysit or get a babysitter for them, end quote. Wood told detectives that Kaylee had occasionally worked for Tyler Yelk, a U of I assistant football coach involved in recruiting. Wood said Kaylee babysat for the Yelk family during the summer of 2022, but she did not know how many times. In separate interviews, on December 9, police confirmed that Kaylee had earned $15 per hour providing child care 5 or 6 times during the spring semester of 2021. On November 18, ISP Detective Tolson interviewed a friend of Kaylee's named Natalie Gauss. She corroborated a good deal of what they already knew, including details about Kaylee's employment with Extreme Networks, identification of Showalter as the, quote, grub truck guy in the hoodie, end quote, and common use of the sliding glass doors into the kitchen. But there was more. Tolson wrote, Saturday night, she went to the Dirty Goat, a local bar. Goncalves contacted her and wanted her to go to the Corner Club. She met Goncalves at the Corner Club around 11 p.m. Goncalves, Mogan, and a lot of other people were there. She had a small run-in with a man at the Corner Club. This was the same man who had been referred to, but not named, by numerous students as a person police should look into. They did, but nothing incriminating was ever found, and he was never a suspect or accused of any wrongdoing. On December 6th, Detective Tolson handed one of Joe Lake's adult victim background questionnaires to Malia Janes, who said Kaylee was not close with her parents and that she and her boyfriend Jack DuCoeur were still on good terms after their breakup. She told police Kaylee fully supported herself, paying for all expenses while going to college, and that she worked at a Jitters coffee kiosk in Coeur d'Alene, among various other jobs. Janes told Tolson that Kaylee was moving to Austin for a job and had lined up an Alpha Phi sister named Jordan Kesnell as a roommate. It is unclear if Jordan is the person Kayla Nguyen might have mistaken as a male. That same day, U of I student Taylor Zerno told ISB detectives Brady Walker and Gary Tolson about campus life as well as family problems they might want to look into. Walker wrote, Zerno did not know Goncalves' mother's name, but Goncalves spoke to Zerno about the fights she and her mother had. Zerno described them as average mother-daughter fights, such as Goncalves needing to pay for her own phone. When Goncalves was in her freshman year, she did not get along with her mother. Zerno had not met Goncalves' sisters. Zerno said Goncalves and DuCoeur had a, quote, very positive relationship. Walker wrote, when she would break up with Jack, she never seemed mad about it and would hang out with the sorority sisters more, Walker wrote. Zerno described Goncalves as the most down-to-earth person with a contagious smile. After Goncalves dropped from the sorority, she started hanging out with Pi Phis more, but their relationship would pick up where it left off when they would see each other. Zerno said Kaylee drank, quote, the normal average for a college student, end quote, and was not into drugs or abnormally risky behavior. Zerno said Kaylee was studious, a loyal friend who had not expressed discomfort or fear about anyone. She would never be upset when she and Jack broke up and was always the one to end things because she was bored. At one point when she and Jack broke up, Walker wrote, she had an interest in Ethan Runge, who was a U of I student and lives in Coeur d'Alene. Zerno did not know anyone who disliked any of the victims. The mention of Ethan Runge rose to police notice at that point because they had taken a significant interest in Kaylee's dating life and its potential impact on her relationship with DuCoeur. They found her account on Tinder, for example, and discovered in subpoenaed records 19 different interactions. On November 27, ISP detectives Tim Hopkins and Derek Brown interviewed Aldair Rojas, who told them he was at the Corner Club with Kaylee, Maddie Mogan, and his girlfriend Zoe McCormick Saturday night. Hopkins wrote in ISP Supplemental 44, everyone was drinking alcohol that night. They were not using recreational drugs. His friend Mason Barstow had been invited to Kaylee's house the night of November 12, 2022, but chose not to go. On December 3rd, they interviewed Barstow, who confirmed Rojas' story. As ISP Detective Brady Walker wrote in ISP Supplemental 62, he and Kaylee started talking about a month prior to the homicide. She would come back with him and stay at the fraternity. They talked on Saturday at the AFI pregame party where Kaylee apologized to him and wanted to go to the game with him. He already had other plans to go to a sorority formal that evening with Mia Darwood. Kaylee texted him that night, but he ignored it. Kaylee was pretty drunk on Saturday. She was probably texting others to hang out as well. The texts were through Snapchat. Snapchat deletes after 24 hours. Police also interviewed Mia Darwood on December 3rd and recorded in the same supplemental that she corroborated what appeared to be Barstow's story. She did attend the formal with him that Saturday night. On November 18, ISP detectives David Cortez and Chris Pohanka interviewed Kristen Zoe Wonenberg, who told them she had been a sorority sister of Kaylee's before she dropped out of Alpha Phi because of the cost of dues. Moving quickly to their real interest, Sergeant Cortez asked Zoe if she knew of anyone Goncalves was romantically involved with after Jack. Wonenberg named, quote, Ethan Runge and a Mason Barstow, who were both Delts, end quote, but did not know either of the men and did not have any contact information. She said she did not believe either of the men would have had anything to do with the homicide. The report, filed by Cortez, states, Sergeant Cortez asked Wonenberg if Goncalves said anything once her and Jack broke up or if he would want to hurt her. Goncalves described Jack to her as, quote, her child, end quote, and was not a serious guy. Jack was in Beta Theta Pi fraternity, and they all hung out together since they lived next door. She described Goncalves and Jack as a, quote, brother and sister, end quote, relationship. They shared Murphy the dog. Sergeant Cortez asked her if she thought Jack would do anything to hurt her, believed he would never do anything to hurt her. Which brings us back to DuCoeur. He and Kaylee had been dating since high school. They lived less than a block from each other in Moscow, and they shared ownership of an 11-month-old golden doodle named Murphy. Of all the people in Kaylee's life, he was almost certainly the one who knew her best. Due to the complexity of the crimes, police wanted to talk with DuCoeur about Kaylee, although he was never implicated in any wrongdoing or considered a suspect. On November 18, 2022, they started a series of interviews that began with victimology and developed into a full-blown, consensual search of his residence. This search included, but was not limited to, his bedroom, bathroom, laundry room, and common areas of the 3-story house at 1127 King Road. According to police reports, ISP forensic scientist Carrie Hogan and ISP detective Jeff Talbot entered the apartment at 9:17 a.m. on November 18. After searching without a warrant, based solely on Jack's written consent, they found, quote, a drop of possible blood on the wall of the entryway, end quote. According to their reports, the sample was collected along with, quote, what could have been 5 or 6 small drops or runs of blood on a kitchen wall, end quote. Nothing is said in the report about any tie to the King Road house. The search and collection of potential evidence was photographed by forensic scientist Hogan, and documents related to the consent, including the consent form and maps and pictures prepared by Jack, were put on a disc and taken into evidence by investigating officers. Detectives left the apartment at 8:20 p.m. We will return there shortly. To gain a better understanding of Kaylee's relationship with her ex-boyfriend, Detective Sergeant Michael Van Leuven interviewed Jack S. DuCoeur on 3 separate occasions. He recorded the first of those conversations on November 15, 2022, and summarized his findings in ISP Supplemental 168. It is here transcribed verbatim. I interviewed Jack at the Idaho State Police District 1 office on November 15, 2022. Jack was the ex-boyfriend of victim Kaylee J. Goncalves. Jack had been dating Kaylee since they were in high school and dated on and off for approximately 5 years. Jack said they had broken up approximately 3 months earlier due to her taking a job in Austin, and that it had been a mutual decision with no drama. Jack advised that he was driving a 2010 Volkswagen CC Sport sedan, gray and silver in color. He said that this vehicle was owned by Kaylee's parents, and they were allowing him to drive the vehicle. Jack advised that he lived at 1127 King Road, Apartment 1 in Moscow, with a number of roommates. Jack listed his roommates as Adam Lauda, Jack Granger, Nathan Royce, Braden Jensen, Parker Schwerz, Braden Paulo, and Michael Lyons. I noted that the location of Jack's apartment and the crime scene were near each other. I noted that Jack and his roommates were all members of Beta Theta Pi fraternity. I asked Jack to describe his whereabouts and events leading up to the time that the homicides occurred. On November 12th, Jack advised that he was at work at the Moscow Brewing Company between 2:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., working mostly in the kitchen. Jack drove home to the duplex and went upstairs where he found his roommates, Parker Schwerz, Braden Paulo, and Michael Lyons. Also present was a friend who was not a roommate named Alex Linzeman. Jack went downstairs, changed into a sweatshirt, got a beer, and waited for a sober driver, who was a Beta Theta Pi freshman, to come pick them up. Jack said that the sober driver arrived in what he thought was a black Nissan Xterra and took him, Nathan Royce, Parker Schwerz, and Alex Linzeman to the Corner Club. Jack said they arrived at the Corner Club around 11 p.m. He said the club was packed and that they were admitted in because his roommate, Adam Lauda, was working at the club and let them in. Jack said he saw Kaylee at the club that night. It was not uncommon for Kaylee to be at the club. Jack said that he thought Kaylee was accompanied by Laura Lynch, Natalie Gauss, and Zoe McCormick, who was Rojas's girlfriend. Jack said he left at approximately 1 a.m. Jack said he, Nathan Royce, and Jack Granger were picked up from the club by Peyton Rossi, who was president of Beta Theta Phi fraternity, and returned to their apartment. Jack said he had consumed 2 beers, 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Rumpelmans, and a 32-ounce tub of beer. Jack said that after returning to the apartment, he hung out with his roommates for a period of time, tried to throw up but couldn't, and went to bed. Jack said he woke up around 11:30 a.m. the next day, Sunday, November 13th, 2022. Jack said Michael Lyons, Nathan Royce, Braden Jensen came into the apartment and talked about cops being down the street near Kaylee's house. He tried to call Kaylee on the phone, but no answer. Jack said he walked down the street where Kaylee's apartment was and saw Hunter Chapen, who was Ethan Chapen's brother. Jack said he asked one of the officers on scene to tell him what was going on and told an officer that his ex-girlfriend lived in the house. Jack said the police put him in the back of a patrol car for about 45 minutes. Also present, sitting with Hunter Chapen, was another Alpha Phi, Ava Wood. Jack said Ava was a good friend of Kaylee's. At some point, the University of Idaho put out a text, university-wide, announcing a homicide that occurred. At my request, Jack drew a sketch of Kaylee's apartment and labeled the rooms by the names of the persons he knew to be living in each room. I have attached these drawings to a supplemental and will transfer them to the Moscow Police Department. I also scanned these sketches and placed the scans on a disc to include the audio recordings of Jack's interviews as well as other documents. I asked Jack to describe what vehicles the 4 victims drove. Jack advised Maddie Mogan drove a white Chevy Cruze. Kaylee drove a silver Range Rover. Ethan drove a red Jeep Wrangler, and Xander Kernodle drove a blue Honda Civic. We took a break, and Jack left the room to speak with his mother, who was concerned about Jack. Upon returning from speaking with his mother, Jack said he did not want to continue the interview without a lawyer being present. We stopped the interview, and Jack left. Jack returned on November 17, accompanied by his attorney, Jed Nixon. After a brief recap of what he had discussed on November 15th, we resumed talking with Jack about his recollections of what had happened on the night the homicides occurred. Jack said that he, Nathan Royce, and Jack Granger got back to their apartment a little after 1 a.m. He said his bedroom was on the main floor. He said he hung out with his friends for 10 to 15 minutes. Jack advised he was drunk. I asked him to estimate, on a scale of 1 out of 10, how drunk he was. Jack said he would put his level of intoxication at an 8 out of 10. Jack advised he had never experienced memory lapses and never walked in his sleep and had never acted while asleep. Jack advised he went to bed at approximately 1:20 a.m. Jack said that when he woke up the next day, he noticed that he had a number of missed calls from both Kaylee and Maddie. There were approximately 7 from Kaylee and 3 from Maddie. Jack said that he had no argument with Kaylee the night before and that there was no dispute and no one was upset about anything. I noted in looking at phone records that there had been several text messages the night before between Jack and Kaylee. The last text message was from Kaylee to Jack at 2:15 a.m., telling him that she had his vape and that he could come pick it up at her house. I advised Jack that there appeared to be a telephone call at 2:26 a.m. between Jack and Kaylee that lasted approximately 17 minutes the night before. Jack said he did not recall the phone call and cannot explain it. Jack said maybe In his sleep, he thought it was an alarm, and he pushed the side button of the phone to turn the ringer off. Jack said that he had been missing more classes than normal and that the breakup with Kaylee had been bothering him. He talked about her going to Texas and the fact that she initiated the breakup. I asked Jack directly if he had committed these murders, and he stated clearly that he did not. Jack consensually gave a DNA sample at my request. He also consensually gave his cell phone to be downloaded. I later took the DNA samples and transferred them to the custody of the Moscow Police Department. I took a thumb drive containing the download from Jack's phone and transferred that to the custody of the Moscow Police Department. Jack signed consent forms for both his DNA and for the download of his phone. Jack has never been implicated or named as a suspect in any of the crimes. On November 18, 2022, Jack consented to a search of his room, bathrooms, common areas, and downstairs laundry of his apartment in Moscow. Forensic scientist Carrie Hogan, Idaho State Police Detective Jeff Talbot, and I entered the apartment at 2117 on the 18th. After searching the areas Jack had consented to, we found a drop of possible blood on a wall of the entryway. A sample of this was collected. We also noticed what could have been 5 or 6 small drops or runs of blood on a kitchen wall. Samples were also collected. The search and collection of possible blood drop samples was documented through photographs by forensic scientist Hogan. We left the apartment at 2020. None of this has ever been tied to any of the crimes. Despite significant interest in Kaylee, police initially focused on Maddie as the target of the attacks. The first 2 murders had occurred in her bed on the 3rd floor of a hard-to-navigate house. The killer had bypassed other potential victims on his way upstairs, specifically Dylan Mortensen, whose room would have been closest to the point of entry. Detectives reportedly found the now infamous K-bar knife sheath partially lodged beneath Maddie's thigh, which, like the rest of her body, seemed to have been posed. She suffered signature wounds to her throat and shoulder. She was the only person in the house who had lived there the year before. Beyond this, nothing really stood out. At the end of the day, Madison May Mogan was a 21-year-old marketing major at a small university, an Idaho native, born and raised in Coeur d'Alene. She was a member of the Pi Beta Phi sorority, where she had served as Bethany Funk's big. She held a regular job at a well-known local eatery, maintained good grades, had a steady boyfriend of 2 years who lived 3 hours away in Boise. Friends described her as the head of the house, as did police, who usually talked to her when responding to noise complaints during parties. She maintained a strong social media profile, presenting what appeared to be the ideal college life, a youthful exuberance expressed via happy faces, posing for an endless stream of selfies. Most of what police learned about Mogan can be summarized in a handful of reports. On November 15, ISP detectives Jake Schwecke and Hugh Powell looked into her employment history, interviewing Jackie Fisher, owner of Mad Greek Restaurant, where Maddie waited tables part-time. Fisher said Maddie had worked there for 2 years and was a, quote, reliable employee who was well-liked, end quote. The following day, a coworker named Anthony Lopez told investigators that either Maddie or Xander Kernodle once told him they had a stalker, but he could not remember which. A waitress named Jera Taylor told Detective Powell she did not know Maddie, but was friends with Zana, who had grown up in a rough environment and, quote, used alcohol, Adderall, and Molly, ecstasy, end quote. On November 22, police interviewed a Mad Greek waitress named Isabel Bonnock, who had no information about Mogan, but felt suspicious of a maintenance man who she said gave off a creepy vibe and asked her an inappropriate question. When police talked to the worker, Powell reported that he, quote, took off his sweatshirt, rolled up his sleeves, and showed us his bare arms, end quote. He had no visible injuries. He was never publicly named as a suspect or implicated in the crimes. Beyond the workplace, investigators determined that Maddie's father, Benjamin, and mother, Karen, had divorced and remarried. As an only child, Maddie had no siblings to be interviewed, but there was a long list of friends, sorority sisters, and associates. So on November 18, 2022, ISP detectives drove to Desert Sage Elementary School in Boise to interview a 2021 U of I graduate named Kaylee Goncalves. Goncalves, 25, had graduated in May of the previous year, but was a member of Pi Phi with Maddie, who she referred to as her best friend. Goncalves told detectives she knew Kaylee Goncalves through Mogan, had met Ethan once through Zana, and had socialized with Bethany and Dylan on occasion. She received a FaceTime call from Mogan the night of the homicides at approximately 1:50 a.m. Boise time, Detective Millar wrote in ISP Supplemental 16, filed 9 days after the crimes. This would have made Goncalves one of the last people to speak with Maddie alive. Goncalves was drunk at the time of the call, he wrote. Mogan appeared to be also. The call only lasted approximately 1 minute. Goncalves was with Ruby Simpson and Sophia Whitehead during the call at a bar in Boise. Mogan was with Goncalves at the Corner Club in Moscow during the call. According to Goncalves, she had run into Maddie's boyfriend, Jake Schrieger, at a bar called the Amsterdam Lounge in Boise. She told Millar she took a picture with Schrieger, Simpson, and Whitehead at approximately 1:15 a.m. and sent it to Mogan, which Detective Millar confirmed according to his report. She told Millar she had seen Mortensen and Funk in the days after the homicides, specifically Monday, November 14, when the two survivors arrived back in Boise. Goncalves said Bethany Funk's parents met her there and she went home with them. The detectives did not indicate why the Funks would meet in Boise when they lived in Reno, but it makes sense that Bethany would leave Moscow as soon as possible. Millar wrote in the report, the last social media post Goncalves had seen with any of the victims was a picture of Mogan on Goncalves' Snapchat story. They were at the grub truck together. At this point in the investigation, investigators were still trying to build portraits of their victims and timelines surrounding events, both before and after the murders. Millar's report represents both sides of the investigation. Some of what they gathered had immediate impact. She knew the person in the video at Grub Truck was Jack Showalter, Goncalves told detectives. Everyone from Moscow police to the FBI was looking into all aspects of his life, as well as the lives of the people around him. Millar reported she did not know him well. Showalter had a girlfriend the whole time Goncalves was going to school at University of Idaho. She knew Showalter's girlfriend, Megan Singh, better than him. Showalter and that girlfriend are not dating anymore. Showalter lived at the Brown Apartments near the victims. It should be noted here that Showalter was never charged with or implicated in any crime and denied any involvement. Goncalves told investigators she had not actually been inside the house at 1122 King Road since December 21 of the previous year, but that she had stopped by on homecoming a month before the murders. She was familiar, however, with each of the rooms inside the house and told police she knew where each person slept. Interestingly, Goncalves told detectives her friend Whitehead, who was also on the FaceTime call with Maddie Sunday morning, actually paid rent on the vacant first floor bedroom down the hall from Bethany. And even though Boise is almost 300 miles south of Moscow, Goncalves knew a great deal about events surrounding the crimes. She told police Bethany and Dylan had called Emily Allant and Hunter Johnson Sunday morning, that Johnson had walked upstairs and witnessed the aftermath of the crimes. She knew that Allant and Johnson were in Mexico at the time she was being interviewed by the ISP. Millar wrote, she thought Funk and Mortensen called Allant and Johnson because they were a little worried. Their other roommates weren't answering. Mortensen thought she had heard someone in the house the night before and wasn't sure if that person was still in the house. During Goncalves' time living in Moscow, it wasn't uncommon for someone to walk into the wrong house drunk or to hear people up and moving around, in which case you might call someone you know instead of the police. According to McConkey, Mortensen told her she heard Goncalves playing music at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning. Dillon said she ended up going down to Funk's room because Funk was the only one who answered her phone. They had all been drinking all day the day before, and Mortensen was a little freaked out that someone might be in the house, he wrote. McConkey went on to tell detectives that sometime after the homicides, Funk and Mortensen recounted the story about Mogan and Goncalves going to Winco for groceries. While in the store, Goncalves apparently felt that someone was, quote, following her or lurking around. This freaked Goncalves out enough to go get back in the car and lock the doors immediately, he wrote. A man then tried to open the door. This happened approximately 2 to 3 weeks prior to the interview. Perhaps the most important statement McConkey made to police was that Kaylee Goncalves' sister told her Jack DuCoeur woke up the morning after the homicides with 16 missed calls from Goncalves and Mogan. According to McConkey, Kaylee had called approximately 10 times and Mogan had called approximately 6 times. There were also text messages sent to DuCoeur saying things like, quote, bro, what the fuck, end quote, and quote, wake up, end quote. Millar reported, Goncalves was known for calling a lot of times consecutively when she wanted to contact someone. Neither Goncalves nor Mogan would call DuCoeur instead of the police for help. DuCoeur and Goncalves had dated previously. They were currently broken up, but good friends. Revisiting Detective Rosinski's November 16 interview of Kaylin Nguyen, we can see that police were very interested in Maddie's love life, especially a full-time boyfriend. Rosinski wrote, and they called him Schrieger and said she thought his first name was Jake. Kayla said they were still together. Kayla said she does not think they had problems, and Schrieger was a good guy. Detective Dean asked what he looked like, and Kayla said Schrieger was short, maybe 5'7", and balding. Kayla said he had brown hair and was skinny. Kayla thought he lived in Coeur d'Alene. Jake Schrieger actually lived in Boise, but small details like that do not matter when an entire community erupts in speculation. Hearsay was rampaging through Moscow at that point, and national media were broadcasting every sordid detail unredacted. Information gathered about Mogan would do little more than add to the department's already burgeoning files. Though victimology is important, the real search for the killer had turned to cell tower pings and DNA. Once Kohberger was identified as a suspect, every other lead faded. None of the individuals in this chapter has ever been named a suspect or implicated in the crimes. Perhaps this is a good thing, considering Kohberger's eventual guilty plea. But what the world did not know at that point was how fragile the police investigation had become. While Bill Thompson trumpeted confidence in his open and shut case, his team likely knew their evidence was not what it seemed. Victimology revealed little. Forensics may have shown them even less. Part 3. Absolute Devotion. 10/6/2023. Dear family, together, hand in hand, and galvanized by the wisdom of the singular heart, we triumphantly ascend to new peaks, thus apprehending the beautiful pattern form of the labyrinthine path taken afore. Indeed, we have traversed many once novel territories, finding that when all else may seem variable and tropic, it is the one constant from which clarity and serenity are ever accessible. Love always. Brian, B.C., Byrne, Buddy, Brother. Brian C. Kohberger, Latah County Jail. Chapter 12, 8458 phone, redacted, Palouse River Drive. Brian Christopher Kohberger first appeared on police radar November 29, 2022, approximately 2 weeks after the crimes. According to the prosecution's timeline, his white 2015 Hyundai Elantra had just been identified in a search of Washington State University vehicle registrations by Officer Daniel Tiengo. This was the same day MSP Officer Maury obtained a search warrant for Kaylee Goncalves' Tinder account. The victim's cars were towed from 1122 King Road, and Detective Dollinger transported the K-bar and knife sheath to the ISP lab. The FBI had arrived on scene. National media were descending in hordes. Tip lines were ringing off the hook with promising leads. Things were happening fast. It did not take long for Officer Tiengo's discovery to help law enforcement home in on Kohberger as the sole focus of their investigation. Within hours, detectives began gathering personal information from the Washington State Registrar's Office, checking criminal histories, canvassing surveillance video, auditing traffic stops, and obtaining search warrants for records from Google and AT&T to the Pennsylvania DMV. Working together, MPD, ISP, and FBI investigators tagged the 28-year-old PhD student in criminology as male, white, 6 feet, with brown hair and blue eyes. They determined that he had arrived on campus June 30, 2022, with his father in a 4-door sedan after stopping the previous night in Gardner, Montana. They obtained credit card and registration records, proving the two men spent their first night in town at the Quality Inn after purchasing groceries at the local Safeway and basic household items such as a knife set, towels, and a utility cloth at Walmart. They determined that Kohberger moved into his one-bedroom apartment on July 1st, 2022, and obtained a Washington driver's license later that day. Reaching further, they discovered that the owner of the white Elantra had most recently lived in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where he grew up in a 2-story white colonial with his dad Michael, his mother Mary Ann, one sister named Amanda, and another named Melissa. They documented that prior to enrolling in Washington State University, Brian C. Kohberger attended Pleasant Valley Schools in Broadheadsville, then Northampton Community College, and DeSales University. His high school yearbook showed him doing push-ups in a police cadet uniform. He had lost a lot of weight as a teenager, suffered addictions, loved a dog named Scout. He claimed to be allergic to a broad spectrum of foods and at one time suffered with a neurological disorder called visual snow. The WSU teaching assistant lived at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in a 1-bedroom apartment designated 201. Despite early successes, however, police wanted more. Forensic analysis and autopsy reports clearly indicated that these murders were crimes of rage, yet there was no evidence Kohberger had ever met the victims. Why would a highly intelligent, well-educated man from Pennsylvania enroll in a PhD program at the other end of the country just to commit murder? How would an otherwise law-abiding graduate student with no history of aberrant behavior plan and execute one of the most heinous crimes in Idaho history? How did he know the house well enough to get in, cull victims from survivors, and get out in about 4 minutes? Where had he met Kaylee and Maddie? When did his studies turn to rage? What could possibly have been his motive? Police had a lot of questions and very few answers at that point in the investigation, so they started with the man himself, tracing his roots to Pennsylvania. By all accounts, the Kohbergers were a close-knit, middle-class family of modest means with roots in the community. Mr. and Mrs. Kohberger had raised 3 kids working for the Pleasant Valley School District. They lived in a 2-story colonial-style house on a quiet street in a private gated community called Indian Mountain Lake. Most of their extended family lived in Brooklyn, New York. From the outside looking in, most people would consider Brian's youth normal. His parents were married on Valentine's Day, 1987, in a small Catholic wedding of about 50 people at St. Patrick's Church in Bay Ridge. Mrs. Kohberger was born and raised in nearby Carroll Gardens, where she attended and then taught Catholic school for 8 years. She loved Brooklyn, but felt it was too expensive to raise a family, so 6 years later, they moved to Pennsylvania, where she obtained public school certification but did not get a job. So she worked most of her life as a paraprofessional with children in 5th and 6th grade. Brian, the youngest of 3 children, was bright, though not very athletic, good-looking in traditional ways, though awkward socially. Police would eventually discover a history of substance abuse and limited social acceptance based on spectrum disorders, but he had no history of violence or interactions with the law. Saying he was close to his family might seem an understatement, considering he lived at home until the summer of 2022, when he moved to Washington at the age of 27. According to friends and family, he loved outdoor activities and baseball, especially the Yankees. He had never had a girlfriend, but was particularly close to the family dog. And though much of what the world first knew about Kohberger came from hearsay gathered by journalists, we now have interview transcripts that paint a much clearer picture of the man we all watched say yes 4 times when asked if he had committed murder. On December 30, 2022, Brian's mom, Mary Ann Kohberger, was interviewed by FBI Special Agents Jessica L. Mahoney, Matthew Mark Phillips, and Eric Bailey at the Pennsylvania State Police Fern Ridge Barracks in Blakesley, where she and her husband had been taken while their house was being searched. Those agents filed 2 FD 302s, FBI reports of investigation, documenting their conversations. The first is labeled 9A SU 368-3464, Scranton, Serial 35. It states, S.A. Eric Bailey questioned Mary Ann regarding a conversation which took place prior to Brian moving to Washington State. Mary Ann recalled a conversation which she suggested Brian obtain something to defend himself in the event of a bear attack while Brian hiked in the western U.S. Though the first part of this interview was not recorded, S.A. Bailey clearly seems interested in a K-Bar knife police say Brian purchased with an Amazon gift card while living in Pennsylvania approximately 8 months before the crimes. Mary Ann did not know if Brian purchased anything for this purpose and was unaware of Brian specifically purchasing a knife for this purpose, S.A. Bailey wrote. The second part of the FBI document is a transcription of the larger recorded interview with Special Agents Jessica Mahoney and Matthew Phillips. At 38 pages, the transcript is too long to reprint here, but some sections provide fascinating glimpses into the man himself. Jurors often want context beyond forensics. They want to know how to reconcile the tall, awkward defendant with 0.16 nanograms of DNA, cell tower analysis, and grainy video of a 4-door sedan. What a mother says about her son can be important. We supported him, Mary Ann Kohberger responds to S.A. Phillips at the beginning of the interview. Both my daughters are, they're both therapists, so we had a lot of encouragement and a lot of support from them. This is followed by a bunch of small talk, which is called rapport building at the FBI National Academy, where I spent 2 years as a supervisory special agent within the communications unit. The Bureau refers to this block of instruction as interview interrogation, offering similar curricula to new agents and law enforcement executives alike. The idea is to start off low-key, fostering familiarity and trust before employing techniques like modeling, affirmation, and neuro-linguistic programming. In this case, Mrs. Kohberger stands at a significant disadvantage because she is isolated and emotionally distraught and has no lawyer. No one has Mirandized her because it is not a custodial interview, and she has never been implicated in or suspected of any of the crimes, but anything she says will certainly be used at trial. So we've always been there, Mrs. Kohberger states well into the interview, but it was very short-lived. It appears she said this in response to a question about her son's drug use during his late teens, but there is no transcribed reference to that specific topic. We were fortunate in that regard because, like in our community, a lot of families were not as fortunate. It was very ongoing, and And we had a lot of people that we know that lost children to it. So we felt really lucky and very, very fortunate and blessed. Well, and even with me, S.A. Phillips says, trying to play on a mother's love for her son under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. I've been part of many drug investigations, and you run into people with addiction problems, and you see people. They progress, or they're people who go the other way. And I've seen people fall victim to that. Empathy can be an effective device in a situation like this, and is taught in many police interrogation courses. It should be lost on no one that it is well after midnight at this point, and police are searching the Kohberger home for evidence of murder. More often than not, really, his partner agrees. When I hear a success story like this, I always say never give up on somebody with a problem like that. But here we are, Mrs. Kohberger responds. And then Phillips turns things back to the matter at hand. The interview of Marianne Kohberger is not about consolation. Well, and that's what, again, not to sound like a broken record, but that's why we're here, he says. We want to know more about the person. Brian. Okay, I don't think there's any. He's my angel, the mother tells him. There's no better person to tell his story, Philip prods. He's my angel. At this point, rapport building goes out the window. To be clear, it is early in the morning, police are searching the Kohberger house, and Brian is in custody under a warrant for murder. The agents want to know about Brian Kohberger's psychological state when he arrived home in Pennsylvania. So while Brian was in the house, did he socialize with any of his friends? Phillips asks. Or anything, or did he just stay home? He doesn't have a big group of friends. No, the mother responds. He touched base with one of his best friends from Arizona, who's still in Arizona. But no, he's been mostly home with his family, just chilling. She calls her son a homebody and says everything seemed normal when he returned home from school. She tells the FBI her son is a regular guy who likes to run but does not work out, which police already know from half-naked selfies on his phone. Mrs. Kohberger says her son was happy to see Scout, the family dog. She said he calls the dog his Bubba, affectionately referring to him as Blieben. You say that he's an angel, S.A. Mahoney presses. He's kind. He's your baby. Does he have any anger issues ever? Mrs. Kohberger says her son is not an angry person, has never exhibited any confrontational behavior, does not hold grudges. Though the FBI's behavioral analysis unit has weighed in with guidance, they were never asked to profile the offender. Girlfriends? Agent Mahoney asks, probing further. Boyfriends? He doesn't have any girlfriends right now, Mrs. Kohberger answers, adding later that he's had a couple, not a lot, in the past. When asked about any potential romantic interests in Washington, she says only that he was making friends and that she does not know the names of a lot of them. She tells S.A. Phillips she would feel uncomfortable even mentioning them, but brought up one international student, later identified and interviewed in mainstream media as a WSU colleague. This is not the woman named Haley Wett, who said she went on a Tinder date with Kohberger while he was a graduate student in Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's a big change, coming from rural Pennsylvania, moving across the country by yourself, and it doesn't sound like he's ever lived on his own, S.A. Mahoney says. No, she answers. This is the first time. When asked about his adaptation to life alone on the other side of the country, Mrs. Kohberger says her son has adapted well, has seemed happy in regular phone conversations, has checked in almost every day and sent pictures of his new apartment in Pullman. Would he talk to other family members? Phillips wants to know. No, she says. He would call his dad and, talk to the girls once in a while, but mostly me. Mother and son talks? Mother and son talks. Did he have any concerns or anything like that about school? Or were you concerned about anything? No. He just finished the semester with a 3.8. Curiously, Mrs. Koberger talks about her son's organizational habits. This might have interested behavioralists looking for clues as to how the killer left the house covered in blood without tracking a single cell of DNA to his car or his apartment. Yeah, he's very organized, so he gets things done. Well, sometimes. Mostly he's organized when it comes to his work. Sometimes at home, he would get sloppy with clothing and stuff like that, but, no. This is just really weird for me. She says he has no hobbies other than an interest in being outdoors, a love for nature. How about sleep? Mahoney asks. Does he sleep? Or is he one of those people who is like a night owl and then sleeps during the day? It depends on what's going on, she says. Like if he has things that he has to do during the course of the day, then obviously he's going to do that. But sometimes he's up at night. This would turn out to be critical later when investigators discovered he had turned his cell phone off from 2:42 a.m. until 4:50 a.m. the morning of the crimes. At one point, his defense team argued that he was prone to go out late and stargaze. At least one witness saw him going out after dark to hike up into the mountains near WSU. How about any concerns of like partying out in Washington or here even when he was going to school? S.A. Mahoney wants to know. No, not a party animal, not a drinker. She reiterates that her son is normal in typical ways, that the two of them share a mother-son bond, and that if he confided anything, it would be to her. Right, Mrs. Koberger says at one point, turning the interview specifically to the matter at hand. What's the story here? What are we looking at? So the reason we were at the house today was because of the arrest warrant and, for the incidents that occurred in Idaho, okay? Mahoney answers. Okay. They talk about the white 2015 Elantra that belongs to her son, the car she and her husband bought for him. Mrs. Koberger says she's seen reports on the news but wasn't concerned because the car that police have been looking for is a different year of manufacture. She says her son's car looks nothing like the one shown on TV. It has a whole different front. What's going through my mind right now is that this is a really, really bad mistake. What's going on? Like what's happening here? She says. Yeah. I sympathize with that because as a mom, I definitely would think the same way, Mahoney says. To me, I feel like I know it is, Mrs. Koberger shoots back, followed by, we know what our, who our children are, At that point, she tries to turn the conversation toward the search of her house, but the agents say only that the warrant was signed by a magistrate based on an affidavit. There is a lot of evidence, Phillips tells her. An arrest warrant was issued, okay? There's a search warrant that was issued. In order for that to happen, there needs to be probable cause. To get that, there needs to be a considerable amount of evidence. Agent Phillips confirms that her son has been arrested for 4 counts of premeditated murder. They tell her that's the whole point in the interview. They want to get an idea of how Brian really is. So now my son's face is going to be plastered all across the country, she asks. As one might expect, the interviewing agents skip over the question, claiming they don't know how the press release is going to go. Never, ever, ever, she says, when told that the purpose of the interview is to find out whether she's had any concerns about behaviors that might indicate her son's involvement in the crimes. My son would not do this. I will stake my life on that. There's a mistake. Something is wrong somewhere. And that's what I believe, and that's what I know in my heart. Mrs. Koberger lived with her son until he left the family home for Washington. Throughout the interview, she seems both shocked and certain police have mistaken her son for a killer. This is a nightmare, she says midway through the conversation. It's a mother's emotional reaction to what must seem like a surreal interruption of her family's life. This is an absolute nightmare. Then turning to the family dog, who has apparently been in the room during the interview, she says, No, Bubba, come here. On December 20, 2022, MPD officer Brett Payne filed a probable cause affidavit with the Latah County Clerk of Courts, seeking a warrant for the arrest of Brian C. Kohberger on 1 count of burglary and 4 counts of murder in the first degree. This one document best summarizes what law enforcement believed about their primary suspect at that point in their investigation. Due to its length, only paragraphs that directly address Kohberger and evidence against him are included. Exhibit A, Statement of Brett Payne. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience, with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is the 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. On November 25, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger, hereafter Koberger, residing at, redacted, is approximately 0.3 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. That same day, at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a white Hyundai Elantra at, redacted, in Pullman in the parking lot. Redacted is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Koberger's Washington state driver license information and photograph. This license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the make DM saw inside King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Department Corporal Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649, which was set to expire on November 30, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as redacted 8458, hereafter the quote 8458 phone, end quote, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14, 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Koberger was the sole occupant and was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate LFZ 8649. On October 18, 2022, according to Washington State licensing, Koberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Koberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado, information provided by a query to a database. Koberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16, 2022, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Koberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of that vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Koberger. Koberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Koberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Koberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Koberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Koberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Koberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, Law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Koberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. Query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cell tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14 at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On December 23, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to by Brian Koberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23, 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST United States attorney that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 13, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to, redacted, hereafter the Koberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Koberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling south to Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it is utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95, south to Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and is consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra, which is observed traveling north on Stadium at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13, 2022, that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32 a.m. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14, 2022. But investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training, experience, and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Koberger's historical CSLI from June 23, 2022 to current prospective location information and a pen register trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. On December 23, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. After consulting with CAS Special Agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13, 2022. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. One of these occasions, on August 21, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources, providing coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Koberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. The 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time, Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13, 2022, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8458 phone. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Lewiston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Koberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1, at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Koberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the 8458 phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. On December 27, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for a testing. On December 28, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant to be issued for Brian C. Koberger, date of birth 11/21/1994, for burglary at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xander Knodel, and Ethan Chapen. I declare under penalty of perjury, pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho, that the foregoing is true and correct. Among files accessed by the author are 3,509 text messages sent and received by Brian Koberger between June 23 and December 29, 2022. The fact that Bill Thompson's office did not refer to a single one speaks volumes about Koberger's mindset and how he interacted with the world around him. Detailed analysis reveals patterns that might have interested behavioral analysts if they had been called in by either side in this case. Statistically, more than 99.9% of Koberger's cell contacts involved members of his family. Of those, roughly 70% were back and forth with his mother and father, followed by about 30% with his sisters, Amanda and Melissa. Virtually all communications were positive, cheerful, and banal. Normal, everyday stuff. The real interest police took in his personal communications, of course, involved state of mind and motive. What they found probably seemed disappointing, considering that his first text, Saturday morning, was sent at 4:11 a.m. to his mother, a JPEG image that was not further disclosed. He continued to text his family at 4:24 a.m. and 4:28 a.m., but sent nothing else until 4:33 p.m. when he reached out to his father asking for a call and got a text in return from his mother. It said, quote, "Bud, sorry, I was exercising and totally out of breath to be able to talk well. I will talk to you later this evening, finalizing my little routine," end quote. And while Kohberger was very close to his mother, it would be negligent to overlook his relationship to the man police used to track the K-bar sheath DNA. Michael Kohberger spent 3 days driving 2,600 miles from Pullman, Washington to Albrightsville, Pennsylvania with his son shortly after the murders. Perhaps police likely thought they had discussed the crimes. On December 20, 2022, Michael Kohberger was interviewed at the Pennsylvania State Police Fern Ridge Barracks in Blakesley, Pennsylvania, by agents Jared W. Whitmire and Joseph F. Noon of the FBI. It is important to note that at approximately 1:20 a.m., arrest and search warrants had been executed in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, at the family home. Kohberger had been detained on site by the Pennsylvania State Police's Special Emergency Response Team, but was released from temporary custody by PSP officers once the scene was secured. According to an FD 302 report of investigation, Kohberger was advised that any conversation with law enforcement would be voluntary, and once he agreed, he was transported by FBI agents to the Fern Ridge Barracks in Blakesley, a distance of about 8 miles, as S.A. Whitmire wrote in his FD 302. Upon arrival at PSP Fern Ridge, M. Kohberger was accompanied to an interview room where he met with interviewing agents for approximately 3 hours and 32 minutes. With the exception of travel from M. Kohberger's residence to PSP Fern Ridge, the duration of the interview was audio-video recorded. Upon conclusion of the interview, M. Kohberger was taken to another waiting room where he met with his wife and daughter. Nothing Michael Kohberger told the FBI appears to have been mentioned in Bill Thompson's filings. We may surmise that he was not Mirandized because he was not in custody at the time and has never been suspected of wrongdoing or involvement in the crimes. But everything he said could have been used against his son at trial. It seems reasonable to believe that Michael Kohberger told the FBI nothing incriminating about his son. What may be less known, however, is that other people close to Brian Kohberger were far more open. On March 1, 2023, Idaho State Police detectives Jake Schwecke and Gideon Roberts traveled about 85 miles south of Moscow to the North Idaho Correctional Institute in hopes of gaining insights from 2 inmates who had spent time with Kohberger shortly after his arrest. Roberts wrote in Supplemental 163, on March 1, 2023, Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke and I, ISP Detective and Federal Bureau of Investigation Task Force Officer Gideon Roberts interviewed Micah James DeMoss and Jesse Eugene Burnett at the North Idaho Correctional Institute regarding their interactions with Brian Kohberger. Both DeMoss and Burnett had been housed at the Latah County Sheriff's Office jail with Kohberger after his arrest. Though the interviews were audio recorded, only Roberts' report was turned over to the defense. According to Roberts' report, DeMoss and Burnett were interviewed separately. After being advised of their Miranda rights and the purpose of the interview, DeMoss said he, quote, couldn't remember the exact date, but he believed Kohberger had been placed in their pod a few days after New Year's Day, end quote. After arriving in the pod, Kohberger immediately sat down and watched the news about his arrest, watching multiple channels that were covering the story. Kohberger said, wow, I'm on every channel, According to Robert's report, DeMoss described Kohberger as quiet and awkward. Kohberger was highly intelligent and analytic, always trying to figure out what you were doing, but didn't know common knowledge things, i.e., the difference between muscle cars. DeMoss described Kohberger's eyes as creepy, but said he seemed like a pretty normal guy who didn't talk very much and never discussed his case. DeMoss also said Kohberger would use 3 standard-sized bars of soap per week due to his hour-long showers and excessive hand washing. Kohberger's hands were red from the amount of hand washing. DeMoss, who was housed with Kohberger for about 3 weeks, said Kohberger's favorite movie was American Psycho with Christian Bale. Roberts wrote in the second half of his report, at about 1:28 p.m., Detective Schwecke and I interviewed Burnett regarding his interactions with Kohberger. What follows is not intended to be an exact transcript of the interview. For further detail, refer to the audio recording. After being advised of his Miranda rights, confirming he had not been ordered to talk with us, advised of the purpose of the interview, and that the interview would be recorded, Burnett provided the following information. He was housed with Kohberger from early January to February 15, 2023. Kohberger enjoyed watching the news about his case unless it began talking about his family or friends, at which point he'd change the channel immediately. As time continued, Kohberger stopped watching the news related to his case almost completely. Kohberger analyzed everything. He wanted to know why people had preferences on anything. He psychoanalyzes everything. They talked about his case sometimes, but never Kohberger's case. Kohberger spent most of his time on a communication tablet, talking with people, typically his sister, who he told to retain an attorney after he had seen her on the news. Like DeMoss, Burnett told investigators, Kohberger washed his hands excessively, using 3 bars of soap per week, showered every day, and wanted new bedding and clothes every day. Roberts reported, Kohberger was very smart, easy to get along with, but he was hard to talk to because he talked over him due to Kohberger's vocabulary and topics of conversation. Kohberger also talked about his education a lot. Kohberger loved baseball, with the Yankees being his favorite team. Kohberger also liked to watch court TV and was very interested in the Murdaugh trial. Despite the fact that police often try to develop incriminating information from jailhouse informants, nothing of evidentiary value has ever been disclosed. Chapter 13, Othram Laboratories, Ibuprofen, Dylan's Green Jacket. Forensics is a catch-all term used to describe just about any scientific test, inquiry, or examination. Police often rely on it in the analysis of physical evidence, such as blood spatter, wound ballistics, and toxicology. But there are other applications too. Detectives in this case use forensic techniques to dissect everything from cell phones and laptop hard drives to social media activity, motor vehicle registrations, cell tower pings, and accounting. They pored over autopsy reports, surveillance camera footage, DoorDash deliveries, text chains, group chats, and emails, the bar tabs of Corner Club patrons on Saturday night. After 3 years and tens of thousands of man-hours building files full of 500,000 items, the state of Idaho's entire investigation can be grouped into just 2 categories: a few human cells found in Maddie Mogan's room and everything else. In very simple terms, the case against Brian Kohberger seemed to hang on the forensic examination of a K-bar knife sheath and a tiny sample of DNA. For the record, we are talking about a sheath, not the knife itself. No murder weapon has ever been recovered, and the prosecution has never once claimed to know exactly what produced the, quote, edged weapon, end quote, injuries inflicted upon the victims. Though media speculation has tied the sheath and wound characteristics to the K-bar's flat-top blade, the defense claims evidence of 4 separate instruments. Yes, prosecution files show the defendant owned a K-bar knife, but only because somebody ordered one on Amazon using a gift card and had it shipped to his parents' house in Pennsylvania. Autopsy reports detail various depths of intrusive injuries that are labeled by the coroner as two-edged, single-edge, and round. Other than the steak knife Hunter Johnson took from the kitchen, no brand, type, or specific item has been named. No crime lab has ever matched them. Before we start down that long, torturous path of validation, we need to look at what Bill Thompson told us. On July 2nd, 2025, he stood in Judge Hippler's Ada County courtroom and summarized the state's only physical evidence in 2 sentences. To this day, no transparent accounting of the DNA's provenance, methodology of testing, or disposition has ever been offered. The defendant, Thompson said, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving with a sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single-source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath.
Okay, I'm going to stop here for now. We've been live for 4 hours. So I'm going to stop. We have a little over 2 hours left of this, and I will try to get through it either tomorrow or Wednesday so that we can get it finished. I may try to do it tonight after I get through the live on TikTok, but I am going to be going live here in just a few minutes on TikTok to debunk the whole Ethan's head under the bed theory, and then the Brent Turvey interview is tonight at 5:30 Central Time on Custody Queens Off the Clock. I'm going to be attempting to stream that to TikTok for those who aren't going to be on YouTube. We shall see how that works. But anyhow, I will see y'all then, either on TikTok or whatever. And thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you very much to the person who sent me a Cash App. I appreciate it. I have been streaming this for 4 hours. I did not realize it had been that long. So I will see y'all in just a few on TikTok. Bye, y'all.